his bell pepper, so he's so stupid. How many people get in here, you guys? I have a little bit of time. This Mr. Chow stuff is getting out of order. Jeez Louise. Get in here, get in here. I'm sitting here, like, I've been watching a few videos. Tariq Nasheed, right? And I'm gonna say this: people really need to stop just emoting, resorting to destruction, and things like that. Like when you behave like this, also, if black people start behaving like this, also, you're not gonna be any better than racist white people. Hey Esther, what's up? You're not gonna be any better than racist white people. Like I understand. The young man is dead. His name is Cypress, right? The young man Cypress is 14. He's dead, right? Mr. Chow shot him and killed him. Okay, you're upset. But who should you really be upset at? Hey, for me, oh, he got away with murder. Okay, so whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? Why aren't you mad at the prosecution? Right? I'm like, it's insane to me. People gotta stop doing low IQ stuff. Stop doing low IQ shit. Right? Mr. Chow was charged with first degree murder. Ask yourself, first of all, did you even look what it means to do? Hey, Ruba, did you even go and look the definition of first degree murder? Right? When you charge someone as when you're a prosecutor, right? Oh, I didn't see that. When you yeah, like they're really silly, Kevin. You're gonna make black people look crazy. Stop doing this. It's the O'Shea, the Tariq Nasheed. It's the same people always grifting on here just to do bullshit. You think, oh, showing that you care for Black America is to always encourage people to crash out. No. If you care for people, you should teach people the law. But like me, as far as I know, right, the people who fucked up, yeah, people who messed up is the DA. He overcharged them. First degree murder means something specific. You can't just charge people with BS and just hoping that, oh, they're gonna get so scared they're gonna take a plea. Because I think that was the move. I think for the DA, he thought to himself, if we charge him with first degree murder and he gets denied bail, right? He's going to cave, he'll take a plea deal. Well, listen, you can't do this stuff with everybody, okay? Because if I'm not mistaken too, Mr. Chow was denied bail and he was detained for 3 years. And on multiple occasions, they denied him bail because I feel like they were trying to apply pressure, right? They did not, they were trying to apply pressure to get him to take the plea deal. No, because if he has a great defense attorney, they're like, no, this is not first degree murder. But if the only charge that the jury has to consider is first degree murder and you cannot prove first degree murder, of course he's going to be acquitted. Why are you doing what? Like, why are some of these black people who are doing all this foolishness? Why are you doing this? This is what they say, low IQ behavior. And then it's going to turn into a whole Black Lives Matter 2.0. Okay? It's not even about denouncing Mr. Chow. Nobody needs to denounce Mr. Chow. You are not there. I swear, like, my God, I've come to realize more and more, people do not understand the law. Like, they have a thing called mens rea. Right? Like, there's not denounce him for what? Like, is he just out here just like shooting people? Like, be so for real. It's just excessive. There you go. Like, people really need to start studying the law. Like, it's going to be a lot. Okay? Mens rea is a Latin term legally translating to a guilty mind. In criminal law, it's the mental element required to prove a person's guilt. To convict someone of most crime, the prosecution must prove they committed a physical act afterwards while possessing a specific culpable state of mind. Okay? So it's like the concept differentiates intentionally wrongdoings from accidents or misunderstanding. Under the legal framework of the U.S. Model Penal Code, this guilty mind is generally broken down into 4 hierarchical categories of culpability. Number 1, purposeful, intentionally. Definition: defendant acts with conscious objective to engage in certain conduct or cause specific result. Example: planning to steal a painting and successfully taking it. 2, knowingly. Definition: the defendant is practically certain that their conduct will cause a specific result, even if that isn't their primary goal. Example: bombing a building to collect insurance money, knowing it will kill the night guard, even if the guard's death wasn't the goal. Recklessly. Definition: the defendant consciously disregard a substantial or unjustifiable risk that their action will cause harm. It is a gross deviation from how a reasonable person would act. Example, firing a gun into a crowded room, knowing it's highly dangerous, but doing it anyways. Negligently. Definition. The defendant should have been aware of substantial and unjustifiable risk, even if there actually were not. It is failure to exercise a reasonable standard of care. Example, a babysitter leaves a burning stove completely unattended, resulting in a house fire. Okay, exception is strict liability. All right, so this is that. But I'm like, even to say, oh, I'm going to denounce Mr. Chow. Like, why would you denounce Mr. Chow? What was his mens rea? Like, what the heck? You haven't even talked to him. People have to stop looking at optics and want to play God, want to play judge, jury, enforcer. It's like it turns into militia. It turns into mob rule. And that is not what a civilized society is about. Private citizens cannot take it upon themselves to go administer the rule of law. This is utter chaos. Like, I'm not trying to be funny. I am African, but do you want to turn America into little Africa? Like, what are you doing? Like, truly, what are they doing? You don't like how it turned out. That's fine. But start with the DA. Start there first. Ask yourself if the DA actually charged this man accordingly. What is the definition of first-degree murder? Okay, let me show you real quick, because like I said, it's really insane. Okay, a first-degree murder charge signifies the most serious type of homicide involving a willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. It indicates the act was planned rather than committed on impulse, and generally requires proof of intent, or that a death occur during the commission of another dangerous felony. So felony murder. Okay, what is it over here, child? Hold on, I'm a little tired. Okay, key elements of first-degree murder: premeditation, deliberation. The perpetrator planned or thought about the killing before acting, showing intent to take a life rather than acting in the heat of the moment. Willful and intentional. The action was purposeful and malicious, often involving malice aforethought, meaning a premeditated intent to kill or reckless disregard for life. Felony murder. A person can be charged with first-degree murder if a death occurred during the commission of a dangerous felony, including arson, robbery, burglary, rape, kidnapping, even if the death was not directly intended. Okay? So, like, specific method. Certain jurisdictions define murder by specific cruel means, such as poisoning, torture, or lying in the wait, ambush, as first-degree murder. Okay? Legal distinction and consequences versus second-degree murder. While first-degree murder requires planning, second-degree murder usually intentional, but not premeditated. So it was impulsive. You didn't mean to do it, but it happened, right? Penalties. Penalties are the harshest in the justice system, typically ranging from mandatory minimum of 20 to 25 years to life, imprisonment without parole, or in some jurisdictions, the death penalty. Okay, there you go. So when you think about it, if you know a little bit, I mean, I don't know a lot. Okay, I mean, you tell me which they should have been charged with, right? But me, from what I have read, I haven't really gone into it. But what I would say, I think the DA should have charged Mr. Chow with second-degree murder. Because how can you prove that he premeditated to kill a kid? He didn't even know, right? To me, it sounds like the shooting was more impulsive than premeditated. So if you're charging him with first-degree murder, you have to show premeditation. You have to show premeditation. What did the DA have to show premeditation? He had nothing. He's a DA activist. He's black. It's a big issue. He wants to be a tough guy. You cannot do this. You can't play fast and loose with the law. It's out of order. It's truly out of order. You got to remove your race, your gender, your bias from your position. You are a prosecutor. You're there for everybody. You can't have a prosecutor who's only there for white people, a prosecutor who's black who's only there for black people. Like, it's like people in America who are from here just don't want racism, tribalism, and xenophobia to end. It's truly exhausting because it happens on both sides. When you take a government position, because being a DA, you work for the government, okay? You work for the state. You should not even see yourself as black, white, wonky, womp. No one cares because you got elected. People voted for you. Everybody voted for you. It's not just the blacks who voted for you. So do your freaking job. When you look at the evidence, you look at how everything unfolded, where do you see first-degree murder? It's the same thing with Carmelo. Where do you see first degree murder? It means something specific. You can't just throw shit at people, hoping to scare people, give them $1 million bond, and think that everybody is going to sign a plea deal. No. Because if a person says, in my heart of heart, mens rea, I didn't know this fool. I didn't mean to even kill this fool. It just happened. Why would they take a plea deal and go to prison for life? I'll see you in court. And if you have a great criminal attorney who looks at all the evidence, even your attorney should say, no, we're going to fucking court. Like, it's America. We have a system of laws. People need to stop acting like fucking animals. And that goes for black people and white people. It's ridiculous. It's truly ridiculous. Every time we have a case, oh, what's the color of the victim? What's the color of the perpetrator? I'll stop with this bullshit. What's the charge? What's the evidence? And you need to remember that in America, it's up to the DA to have to meet the burden of proof. The DA has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what Mr. Chow did was first-degree murder. He couldn't do it because he never even had all the evidence in the first place. So why are a bunch of Asian people being made to pay for this foolishness? It's outrageous and it's tribal and it's disgusting. It's so disgusting. I don't know what's come to a lot of Black Americans lately since y'all discovered this FBA movement, but you're so keen on being the new face of like Black supremacy and xenophobia. It's disgusting. And it's truly disgusting. You know what it feels like when the whites are doing it. Why are you doing that? Why do you want to be the face of that? It's disgusting. Look at the DA, not even because he's a Black man. But ask the DA, when this shit started, what evidence did you have of first-degree murder? He fumbled. You can't be mad at Mr. Chow because I guess he's American, whatever, right? Listen, he went to court. He's not responsible for the law. But the laws do give Mr. Chow a chance in court to tell his side. And if his side won, you have to accept it. You have to accept it. Like hurting Asian businesses, calling their businesses, placing orders, acting a fool. What does that do? And then again, you go around reinforcing negative stereotypes that people have about Black American people. What do you want? On one hand, oh, respect me. On another hand, I can't take the verdict. Like, you have to stop. It's ridiculous. Like, this is insane. Like, first-degree murder means something. That's why even Carmelo, the prosecution, has nothing. Because the moment even Hunter says, I don't know this kid. People say, oh, we didn't know this kid. The only person who knows this kid is Eddie. Carmelo said, I don't know these people. So if you don't know somebody, how can you premeditate to kill somebody? How can you plan to kill someone you never met? Like, what is going on with people? There are too many low IQs people in America. And I'm telling you this, as a West African person, it's truly embarrassing how many American people do not read. You don't read. Like, it's like you just hate reading. If you're Black, you're white, y'all just despise reading. Like, it's insane. First-degree murder means something. What they should have done was charge Mr. Chow with second-degree murder. Oh, it's an impulse. And even that, you need to make sure you have what it takes to stick it to him. Because he's presumed innocent until proven guilty. What is the problem? It's the same thing. If you get charged with a crime, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. You cannot be mad that the court, it worked out for Mr. Chow. You have to respect the law. You have to respect the process, and you have to respect the outcome. Stop behaving like some primitive people who are illegal immigrants in your own country. It's freaking weird. Civilized people know how to obey the rules. These are the rules. It's the game. The game is played. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But you don't go destroying neighborhoods and businesses because you don't like the fact that, oh, a man got away with murder. He did not get away with murder. He was acquitted of first-degree murder. Speak accordingly. Stop having lazy speech. He did not get away with murder. He was acquitted of first-degree murder. English is your first language. Me is my second language. Stop being weird. Like, it's so embarrassing. Low IQ, there's some low IQ behavior, and it's very xenophobic. And let's not act like also there haven't been Black Americans who have killed Asian business owners. We have to stop being fake. Gotta stop being fake. All this outrage, they've also been slain in the hands of Black American people. And they didn't go marching and hurting people and seeking revenge on Black American people. There is even a Black American woman who's currently, she's facing the death penalty, right? Antoinette Frank from New Orleans. The Vietnamese people gave her a job. She was their part-time security, and she went there and she slaughtered the family. And there was not a single peep from the Black American community about a Black American woman slaughtering a Vietnamese business family who was really nice to her, gave her a job, gave her food. And her and her Black American boyfriend, they went in there, they slaughtered the whole family. You also have killed people. Stop it. It's enough. I'm so sick of this shit. Everybody, it's like it's an American thing. Oh, self-righteous. No, everybody hurts people. You're sad that he's dead. I get it. But let's not pretend that Black American people have not killed, slaughtered, done whatever to many Asian shop owners. Stop it. It's dishonest and it's truly disgusting. It's truly disgusting. There is a list. There is a list. And we can look at the list of Asian people who have been killed by Black patrons, Black American patrons. There are a bunch of videos of Black Americans who go into Asian businesses and do not pay their bills and they run away. So stop. You're not a victim here. And the best way to honor Cyprus is to not be, what is this? What is this? You cared about him so much. And did you care about how he lived? Like, it's outrageous. It truly is outrageous. Now, I swear, y'all, I'm going to tell you, please listen to me, right? I'm a person, I don't like racism. I can't stand racism. I cannot stand xenophobia. I can't stand tribalism. If I want to live somewhere tribal, I'll be in Africa right now. When you live in a first world country, you're hoping to live around people who are highly intelligent. You want people who know how to reason and not people who are quick to use violence. That's some fourth world bullshit. Like, it's too much. And it's too much. Because what happens next time? And then what about the other next time? Like, you cannot live like this. It's utter chaos. And it's truly utter chaos. But I'm like, they overcharged the man. And also, truth be told, he spent 3 years in a jailhouse because they denied him bail. It's not like he never spent a day in jail. He was in there for 3 years. Calm down. Jesus Christ. It's like, yeah, it's a very hateful country. Because people here are so committed to be low IQ. People do not like to read. People always want to just be quick to blame. And when they're blaming, they blame the wrong person. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. When you look at Asian people and their small bodies, Asian people are usually not aggressive people. They're truly not aggressive people. They stay out the way because they're very small. Like, stop it. Like, did you actually read the case? Or you saw an Asian man, a dead Black kid, so automatically he must be a monster? Did you look at the case? Even him, Mr. Chow. Have you looked at how many times he had to call the police at his shop? Have you looked at how many times he got beat up by Black patrons? No, his pain doesn't matter because he's a foreigner, because he's Chinese, or what is he, Chinese? Right? Because I looked it up. How many times did he call the police for his gas station? Over 100, 200 times. He got beat up in there. His family got beat up in there. And when people get abused by Black American patrons, nobody says anything. Oh, because you're a foreigner, it's okay to get beat up. No. Starting a business does not put you up on a platform to get your ass whooped. Okay? Like, people have the right to start their businesses, but you don't have the right to beat people up. Why don't you start your own business? Why don't you do it? Like, it's crazy. It's truly crazy. Did they beat the man? One time a woman came in there, beat the shit out of him. He's always getting his ass whooped by people. But that's perfectly fine. So many businesses now are closing in predominantly Black American neighborhoods because they do not feel safe. They do not feel safe. And nobody has the right to say, oh, I don't feel safe. We have to stop. Walgreens is closing. I forgot where it was. They started complaining. No, don't complain to Walgreens. Talk to your children. Where are the pastors? Where are the community leaders? Okay, hey, we got to stop stealing. But it's outrageous because this is truly a misrepresentation where Black Americans are perfect angels and it's the Asian people who are just so mean and so evil. You know dang well these are small-ass people. It's the small-ass people. Stop it. It's getting ridiculous. Guys, this is very hateful. It's just hateful energy. And then here comes this idiot, this dude right here. He is so proud to be Black American, but he's always in Africa. Why don't you come live amongst your people? Like, it's ridiculous. It's truly ridiculous. Like, no. Every charge, it means something. And that's why you gotta be very careful. And I even said it with the whole Carmelo stuff. First-degree murder is really hard to prove. It's really hard to prove because you have to show premeditation. But what a lot of these DAs do, they overcharge, hoping that you'll be denied bail, and then they'll keep you in there. They'll keep you in the jailhouse because sometimes it can take a year or 2 years before you go to trial, and that you'll just sign a plea. It's dirty business. It's so dirty. It is dirty. And Mr. Chow's like, no, fuck that shit. I'll stay in here as long as it takes. I'm not agreeing to this. And you cannot be mad at the man. These are the rules. And as a citizen, he has the right to use the rules to his advantage. But to make it seem like he never spent a single day in jail, it's outrageous. He was there for 3 years. For what? Even I feel like he should have had bond. Like, what's the problem? People do too much. Too much hatred.
We've already heard about the outcome of the Cyrus Carmack Belton case. The shooter, Mr. Rick Chow, was found not guilty. But that's
even in this video, whether the boy had water or not, even in this video that he's showing, the young man is stealing. Now, if you want to make the argument that black Americans have the right to steal in people's businesses, okay, fine, right? But when people close their businesses, don't get mad. But in this video, he's obviously stealing. He is putting the stuff in his shirt, right? And the issue is not even like, oh, that Mr. Chow chased him. That is not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is that the man's son said that the young man, because he ran, so they were running behind him, and then he fell. When he fell, he got up and he pointed a gun at at the son of Mr. Chow. At that point, Mr. Chow's son said, oh, he got a gun. He sent it to his dad. Then allegedly the dad said, put it down, put it down, put it down. And I guess he didn't put it down, right? So then he shoots him. Now, where I think the issue is, it's not whether he stole, you rented out. No. Because he was shot from the back. So I can see what the issue is. If you say he was pointing a gun at your son and you were looking at him, when you shot him for not putting the gun down, it should have been a front, like from the front entry wound, right? But instead, the young man was shot from the back. So was he truly pointing the gun at your son? Okay, that's as far as I got. Okay, so like to me, I can see that being a point of contention. Because if he's looking at your son and he's pointing a gun at your son and you're looking at him, you say, put it down, put it down, put it down. And after a few requests, he doesn't listen. So you shoot him, right? I would expect the entry wound to be from the front, like the torso, but not from the back. And it seems like the young man was shot from the back. So I can see that being an issue. But nonetheless, though, that's what court is for. That's what court is for. So if the prosecution did not do a good job to say, well, you claim he was staring at you and threatening you and you shot him, but why is it that the bullet came from the back and the bullet did not come from the front? But even that, does that prove premeditation? Does that prove premeditation? No, he could be lying. But just because he could be lying does not mean he planned to do this. People have to stop as if English is their second language. Maybe we have to stop with all this urban music, this rap music, so we can go back to proper English, right? There you go. He probably lied. I don't know. I didn't study this case. Mr. Chow could have lied. The boy could have turned his back and he shot his ass anyways. What do I know? I wasn't there. But even if he shot him from the back after the boy put the gun away, right? Does that prove premeditation? The answer is no. And that's why the DA should have set his ass carefully and thought about this. If I charge first degree, can I prove first degree? Because when you have a charge, you charge somebody with A. When you go to court and you state your case, and you stating your case, call that B. A has to equal B. If A doesn't equal B, they're going to acquit. They're going to acquit because A doesn't equal B. He lied, okay. But does that prove premeditation, right? But they also say that you have to have a complete disregard for human life. Okay, can you prove that also? Oh, he shot him multiple times, like pop, 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 pop. Then he walked over there and he started stomping on his body, spitting on his body. Can you prove any of that? So for someone who went to law school and passed the bar, it's quite embarrassing. I mean, if I was a DA, I'm not charging people with shit I can't prove. Because that's also unethical. I'm not going to overcharge people hoping that they take a plea deal to a lesser charge so I don't have to do my job. Because everybody ain't scared. Everybody ain't scared. Also, he's a businessman, so he might have extra money. He might have houses, businesses, assets that he can get on loans against, or even sell to get himself the best criminal defense attorney. And when you're in a DA's office, you are limited because you only have taxpayer money. You have a set budget for all these cases. But you're dealing with someone who can go get private counsel where they can only focus on one case. You have to be reasonable. Don't start something you can't finish. Don't start nothing you can't finish. And you can't assume that, oh, even because it's North Carolina, oh, the judge is black, I'm the DA, I'm black, the jury is all black, so therefore, gang, gang. That's not how it goes. Gang, gang, that's not how it goes. And that's the same reason why people are afraid with Carmelo, right? But it seems like where they live is predominantly black. So maybe most of the jurors were also black people, and they didn't see it like that. And you had to accept the outcome. You have to. Be mature, be a citizen, be a proud American. You got to accept the outcome. And like I said, the D over there, they overcharged him. That's it. That's that. You got to stop acting childish like that.
What happened in the case? What people fail to remember is that one of his defense attorneys was black.
Rick Chow executed a human being over a $1 bottle of water. Enjoy hell. Let's make that clear. If Rick Chow shot a man in the back stealing $1 bottle of water from his store, you do what you will. Because there's nothing to justify this back and forth. Was he right? Was he wrong? It doesn't matter. Taking a human life over a bottle of water is absolutely ridiculous. It's wrong under any way that you could possibly look at it.
And even when I heard this shit, when I heard the framing, oh, he killed him over a bottle of water, I didn't believe that shit. Okay, because it's America. Everything is truncated, sensationalized, caused racism, tribalism. Even with Carmelo Anthony, right? They truncated so much. Oh, Austin just asked Carmelo nicely to leave his seat. Carmelo goes into his bag, grabs a knife, and just shoves it in his fucking heart. I'm like, but damn, right? But to this day, American people are still refusing to not fall for the bullshit. These headlines are meant to cause you to have a visceral reaction. But if it sounds too unhinged, it probably is false. This is too fucking, oh, he killed him for a bottle of water. Yeah, the fuck right. If that's the case, he would have been in prison a long time ago. Because I'm sure people been in there and they stole way more than water. So why ain't he in prison yet? Like, it's outrageous. And I'm like, and it seems like everybody does it. Because people just get off of being tribal, being racist, being xenophobic. It is outrageous. It's truly outrageous. You truly believe that in America, you can kill somebody over a bottle of water and walk off. Like, it's excessive. And then you have all these grifters who are pushing this. They're no different. They're like, I'm like the Tariq Nasheed, O'Shea. They are no different than Matt Walsh. They are no different than Nick Fuentes. They're all a bunch of supremacists. They're on social media because they refuse to get proper jobs, and all they do is peddle misinformation. They just push misinformation just to cause people to just pow, 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 just hurt each other all the time. It's just misinformation because the facts are not interesting, and the facts will not get you a bunch of views. You know, when you are impartial, you don't get lots of views because people want you to have a hateful spin on everything. You see, anybody who is white or white adjacent, Latino, or these so-called black conservatives who are anti-Carmelo Anthony, you see how they get the views? Because they're spewing a hateful narrative. It's a one-sided hateful narrative full of so much asymmetry. Yeah. Anybody who makes content about Mr. Chow and depicts Mr. Chow as a callous, senseless killer who kills 14-year-old black American people, exactly, right? So I'm like, look, 7 jurors were black. 7 out of 5 were black. So even the black people didn't even see it that way. What's the problem? It's North Carolina. It's full of black people. So, and that's why I told you, even the fact that Carmelo's jury is all white, that doesn't mean anything. Because look at Mr. Chow. 7 black people out of 12 people. And the 7 black people say, yeah, I don't see first-degree murder. So I'm like, yeah, it's the same thing with Carmelo. Just because they're black, just because they're white, it doesn't mean that it's an easy time for the prosecution. Times have changed. But the judge was black. The first judge was black. The prosecution black. The jury has 7 black people on there. And they said they don't see first-degree murder. Even Marlene, I didn't see first-degree murder. First-degree murder is really hard to prove. But I'm like, you miss me with the bullshit, Tim. Chinese people have their history. And I get it. To a lot of Black Americans, you guys like to posture as the only people to have suffered on this land, but trust and believe you're not. Chinese people have also been abused. And compared to Black people, Chinese are even smaller. It's a smaller people. So since you've never taken the time to study the history of Chinese American on this land, that's okay. So calm down. Like, you stop with this main character energy. Because I find it, me personally, it's very disgusting to me when people always want to do like the Olympics or who was oppressed the most, who was hurt the most. It's all supremacist talk. It's disgusting. You cannot rank human suffering. But it's also very, very pompous to assume that Chinese people have never suffered. Even Japanese people, Korean people, a lot of people on this planet have been tortured by white Americans, right? So if you haven't studied their history, then you haven't studied their history. But you cannot just be consumed with your history and assume that no one else has suffered. That is supremacist talk. It's disgusting. Don't think like that. It's really gross. Don't think like that. You don't know his history? Have you ever sat down and talked to this man? We have to stop dehumanizing people just because they happen to be defendants. That just because you are sitting as a defendant, and even if it's murder, it doesn't mean that you're not a human being. People are complex. Do you know Mr. Chow personally? Have you ever seen, from his perspective, what it is to run that business and what he goes through with his family? You don't even know what he goes through. But because he's Asian to you, you want to strip him of his humanity. You don't know what he's been through. And you were not there that day your damn self. You were not there. That's the same thing we're saying about Carmelo Anthony. All these white people were not there. You don't know what they have experienced because you have not studied it. And that's why you talk the way that you talk, right? Oh, it's only us. It's not only you. You don't know what they suffered. Do you even have Chinese friends? Do you even have Chinese American friends? You don't know Chinese people. You don't know them. So stop saying, oh, they have never. You don't know them. You've never studied them and you're not friends with them. But it's extremely ignorant to just sit here and presume that you know what Chinese America's been through. It's disgusting. If a white man tried to tell you what you've been through as a Black American, you'll be so offended. That's my problem. A lot of you Black American people too, you like that supremacist bullshit. And I get it. Hurt people want to hurt other people. But stop doing that. Everybody been through some shit. Everybody been through some shit. The thing is, what do you do with the shit you've been through? It's not to go and try, oh, let me size my pain next to your pain. Like, please. Everybody been through some shit. There's not a single non-white people in this country who was not abused. Like, for real, for real. And just because it's not significant to you, it doesn't mean it's not significant to them. You don't get to tell somebody how they should feel about their pain. Because if somebody told you that as a Black American, you wouldn't like it. So what you don't like, don't do it to someone else. It's disrespectful. You can feel how you feel about your pain and still make room for someone else's pain to coexist. Chinese people having suffered takes nothing from Black American history. Takes nothing. It's not just one people who can be the victim here in America. Plenty of people can have their story. Plenty of people can have their own relationship with white America. It takes nothing from you. And your history is not being threatened because Chinese people, they also had their bullshit with these white American people. What's next? Native people don't have the right to say something? What's next? Even people from Mexico, they don't have the right to say something? We have to stop this goofy supremacist talk. It's disgusting. It's so disgusting. Stop trying to, oh, look at me. I'm like oppressed supreme. Okay? You don't know that. You do not know that because you haven't studied it. Like, let's be so for real. Plenty of y'all do not study history. You don't study history. You barely even know your own history. So please stop. You don't know nothing. And there are, even since the days of Jim Crow, there are plenty Chinese people who had businesses who were very friendly to Black Americans when no one else would let them shop with them. So be quiet. Be seriously quiet. Okay? No, it doesn't matter if we chose to move to a racist country. How does that relate to anything? You're just trying to move the goalposts because you're in your feelings. Were you raised by a single mom? Doesn't matter. The vast majority of countries have white people in power. How do you escape white people? They run everything. That is like, what does it have to do? Like, you're just trying to move the goalposts to cause confusion. Stop it. You're ridiculous. And if you're too emotional for this conversation, just go. You can come back later. Like, I don't have time for it. I'm telling you, you're emotional. I'm going to give you a timeout. I get it. You're raised by a single mom, maybe. You got to calm down. Calm down. But like I said, they've been through stuff too. And they also have been allies to Black American people. Even compared to the Jews, they've been way nicer than the Jews. But y'all don't have this kind of smoke for Jewish people. Jewish people came here, they attached themselves to y'all, they funded the civil rights movement, and they made it all about themselves, and they broke it way next to white people, and now they're oppressing you. They use your image and make billions off of it, right? Y'all never have smoke for these Jews. You never have smoke for the Jews because you're too scared to go over there. So stop it. American history is fucking long. This country about to be 250 years old. You haven't studied 250 years of history. You don't know it all. So calm the fuck down. If you're too emotional, go take a break. You ain't gotta be here. You don't have to be here. But one thing I will never do is lie for people. It doesn't matter if you never fled. That's not the point. The fleeing is getting old. Oh, this person fled, that person fled, doesn't matter. But as it remains, the vast majority of businesses and Black American neighborhoods are not owned by Black Americans. So you might not have fled, but when it comes to your own businesses, when it comes to being self-sustainable, when it comes to running your own businesses in your own neighborhoods, you definitely fled. You fled the way of capitalism. You fled the way of business ownership. There you go. So let's not go there. If a lot of Chinese and Palestinians or whatever are opening up shops and they're the predominant business owners in your neighborhood, you definitely fled that post. There you go. You fled that post. Because you FBA people, you love to brag about the title, but you can never tell us what you've accomplished. You can even tell, even financially, what have you done? Right? What jobs are you creating? All you go around is fight over lineage and heritage. Nobody cares, fam. Where the money at? Exactly. Okay, where the money at? Where is the money? Y'all never talk money. It's always heritage. Who was here first? Who has a grandma who's Indian? Always some white skin shit. The world does not run on skin color. The world runs on the dollar. The world runs on the dollar. Where the money at? Where are the businesses? Where are the banks? Where are the deposits? Like, be so for real. It's time to grow up. It's time to grow up. Seriously, grow up. It ain't gonna hurt you. Ain't gonna hurt you.
That's why the state has gone out of their way to put this $1 bottle of water up, to put this picture up, because they want you to believe that this is what this case is about.
That was Mr. Sean Kent of the Kent Law Firm. And this guy has a very interesting way of selling himself.
And even this too, right? You or you ain't shit. First of all, this brother here, he went to law school. So I think the whole point of fighting anti-slavery, fighting this and that, is that at one point, Black American people would just be seen as American people. That's it, that's that. Okay? That's it, that's that. The number one thing is he's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. He's an American lawyer. He's not a Black American lawyer. He is a lawyer. Anybody, if you can pay his fee, he's going to be your lawyer. If your money right, he's going to be your lawyer. Imagine if white people also had this kind of mindset. Imagine if Mike Howard had this kind of mindset. Oh, well, Carmelo, you're Black. You killed a white boy, so therefore I can't represent you. Like, who thinks like that? Who thinks like that? Mr. Chow is like any American. He's been charged. He's been charged by the state, and now he's looking for criminal representation. So he chose Mr. Howard. And if Mr. Howard said, okay, I like the case, don't like the case, here are my fees, here are not my fees, whatever. If it works out, he represents him. You can't help yourself but to see a Black man, and that's your personal problem. He don't owe you shit. If he wants to represent Mr. Chow, he will do so, and that's his prerogative. You didn't help Mr. Ken go to law school, and not a single Black person besides maybe his mom and dad that paid for his law school. You helped him pay for the law school. You helped this man pay for his LSAT. You helped this man study. If he was broke in college, if he was broke in grad school, if he was broke in law school, did you send him money so he could feed himself? People have to stop thinking that when you're a Black person and you work hard to become something, you owe Black people something. No, you don't. No, you do not. He's not hurting anybody. And he clearly said, if Mr. Chow killed this child over a bottle of water, please, I'll wash my hand of this man. Do whatever you want. He clearly said it. So you think he saw, oh, yeah, oh, it looks like you kill a child for a bottle of water. And he's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to take the case. Yeah, right. Y'all just want people to go crash out on people. You want people to find his website, go in the Yelp reviews, start writing all kinds of unhinged Yelp reviews and destroy this man. It's disgusting. It's truly disgusting. And then you have an issue with African people don't like Black Americans. But the moment you don't find a Black American who behaves like a dog, who is very submissive, does whatever you want, let's put his page up, his business page up, because the goal is to send people to his Yelp page, his Google page, and fuck up his reviews. That is so disgusting, okay? It doesn't matter if you want to get any Black clients. What makes you think most Black clients can even afford a criminal attorney? Do you know how much they cost? Do you know how much it costs? Like I said, you're too emotional. Go take a break, Tim. You're a child. You're too emotional. I can't do this. Yeah, go to timeout. Go to sleep. Okay? Be quiet. It's ridiculous. Y'all don't want to be lawyers. You know, he doesn't owe you anything. He went to school. He paid for his law school. He had to study and pass his exams. He had to go take the bar, and he became a lawyer. How he pays his bill every month, y'all don't be helping him. How he affords to be a lawyer, y'all have no idea. How much money he has to pay every month for his student loans, you have no idea. He owes you nothing. When you live in America, Black America gives so much money to celebrities. Y'all will give above and beyond to celebrities. Oh, Beyonce, here's $100 million for some edge drops. Oh, Rihanna, here's $600 million for some makeup. But the everyday Black person who has to rub pennies and nickels together, when they finally make it, they owe so much to Black America. Why don't y'all ask from Beyonce what you asked from Mr. Kent? But you'll never will. You will never ask from Black celebrities who have shitload of money. They have way more money than they know what to do to do something for Black America. It's always the everyday person that has to overlook a check, overgo a client, this and that. Okay, you gonna bring in the next client? People are delusional. Like this socialist parasitic shit you got in your brain. Gotta deal with that shit. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. Who are you to tell another man not to take a client? You gonna give him money? If this client brings 100,000 or 200,000, you gonna give it to him? When Jay-Z sits here and he brags about being a drug dealer, do y'all ever tell Jay-Z to go build a rehab center? Do y'all ever tell Jay-Z to go into the hundreds of millions he got to build some rehab center for all of the people he turned into junkies? When Dr. Dre sold the Beats by Dre for $900 million, which Black American people said, oh, use some of that money because you were out here promoting the chronic. You promoted so much weed. So many young people got in trouble behind this marijuana. Take some of this money and pay for their legal fees. Pay for their records to be expunged. No, you ask nothing from celebrities, even though they have the money to undo so many of the cultural wrongs they have done to the youth. You never ask nothing from celebrities. But, oh, Mr. Kent, oh, leave Mr. Kent the fuck alone. He ain't never sold drugs. You hire him if you can afford it, that's it. And also, he does not control the jury. He does his job. And the jury was full of 7 Black people. What's next? Y'all gonna go find the 7 Black jurors and do what to them? You gonna hurt them as well? Like what? I'm like, what is going on with people? What's next? You gonna make a video and find every single Black juror? And if they all voted to acquit, you're gonna find these people and go kill these people? You're gonna go bomb their houses? Like this is so deranged. It is so deranged. And that's what makes you an FBA. When you are an FBA, you are an agent of terror. You track down Black people to go hurt Black people. This is sick. It is truly sick. It's so deranged, Kevin. It is so deranged. What's next? Oh, we're gonna find the Black lawyer. Then we're gonna go find the jurors. And then what? You're gonna find the bailiff too? You're gonna go find the DA? You're gonna hurt all these Black people because you didn't like the way they voted? Who cares? Who cares? Y'all care so much about Cypress. Go send money to his mom. Help his mom pay for his funeral. Start a scholarship in his name. Go do something. No, destruction. Because people just love to be lazy. Low-level effort shit. This is crazy. Next time, if you cannot prove first-degree murder, do not charge people first-degree murder. This is crazy.
Most people know him on the internet, at least when the Diddy trials came about. He was giving his professional opinion about what's happening. And that's one of the reasons why his TikTok really, really blew up. Now, also, he's a fairly good lawyer in Richland County, South Carolina, where the shooting took place. About half of the population is Black. So it makes sense why Mr. Rick Chow would have him, Sean Kent, a part of the defense team. Now, as we know, he was responsible for Mr. Rick Chow receiving a not guilty verdict.
You're so stupid. Osho, you are truly stupid. And this is why on this platform, nobody you want pays attention to you. Anton ignores you. Abba ignores you. You're truly stupid. Mr. Kent is responsible. He ain't responsible. The DA is responsible. When you go to court, who has the burden of proof? The DA. So if Mr. Chow got acquitted, whose fault is it? The DA. Okay? It's the DA. No, they're very destructive. Okay, it's the DA. It's the DA because who has the burden of proof? It's the DA. Who has to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt? It's the DA. So don't go charging people stuff you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Life is not hard. Okay, life is not hard. Life is is truly not hard. There's like Mr. Spaghetti, he might be good, but he ain't that good. Hey, Harriet, what's up, bro? Harriet, I have to commend you. Because I was like, I mess with you a little bit, Harriet, but you keep coming back. You keep coming back. I have to commend you. I really do. I was thinking about that earlier. I was like, you know what? I said, Lord, I have said some nice, not so nice thing about Harriet, but she keeps coming back. I appreciate that, Harriet, and I apologize. Now, I don't know if I feel bad about you having a white husband now, but I'm just going to say, though, right? I can admit that I wasn't too nice to you, but you keep coming back. And for that, I have to commend you because it takes a certain level of maturity. And I have to give, no, it's true. I have to give it to you. I have to, you know what I'm saying? It's not like, Eric, come back. So I must say, yes, I have to give it to you. When somebody does something good, you have to say it. So I do commend you for that. So I'm like, you know, you're probably really serious about your walk with Christ. Now, I don't know if I'm too excited about you having a white husband, but you know what I'm saying? He is British. Oh, Lord Jesus, okay? But I can't say, you know, I appreciate you, boo-boo. I do. I really do. So thank you for the maturity. It's greatly appreciated. Okay? Okay, that's beautiful. But I'm like, even like the way he's doing it now, you're misrepresenting things because once again, it might not even be intentional because you, O'Shea, I don't even think you're educated. Okay, I don't even know if you went to school like that. You're saying all kinds of foolishness because you, I guess it's quite obvious, you don't know the law. You're so proud to be Black American. You're so proud to be an FBA, but you live in Uganda and trying to come back. He talks about how he enjoys having sex with women in Uganda, the sex in Uganda, the booty in Uganda. Okay, why don't you come back to America? Okay, there you go. But I like, stop saying foolishness. Mr. Kent is not responsible for why Mr. Chow was found not guilty. The DA is responsible for that because he overcharged them. You can't charge people things you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt. You cannot charge people for things you cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt. I even told you that even when it comes to Pooh Shiesty, it's bullshit. Pooh Shiesty's case is silliness, is utter silliness. Conspiracy to commit kidnapping. What proof did it have of conspiracy to commit kidnapping? Conspiracy? A conspiracy. These fools conspired. And after they commit a whole kidnapping, they go to the Star in Frisco for like 4 or 5 hours, just sitting there chilling, enjoying themselves, where police is all over the place. That's a conspiracy. Oh yeah, we're gonna go kidnap somebody, and after that, we're gonna go watch a football game surrounded by police officers. That sounds like a conspiracy. These people are out here, these prosecutors all over the place, white, black, it don't matter. They're taking advantage of their offices, and they're overcharging people and ruining people's lives. This is ridiculous. You need to charge what you can prove. And that's why for your boy, Pooh Shiesty, they came back around and they put the Hobbs charge on him because they know this conspiracy to commit kidnapping, the kidnapping ain't going to work. It's not going to work because the jury is not going to see a conspiracy. Where is the conspiracy? Oh, you conspire to rob someone, but you show up after him. Oh yeah, so we're gonna go kidnap Gucci Mane on a Saturday at 4:30 p.m. And we're going to let Gucci Mane go to the venue before us. Oh, guess what? We can't even get into the venue. We have to call the owner. You what? What? And the owner is right there. He's right across the hall. And we're gonna go rob the Gucci Mane while he has 2 security. That makes no sense. What conspiracy? And then they leave the place. The security guards in the hallway. So you're right there. These people just robbed your owner. They robbed your boss at gunpoint, and you just let them walk to the. You just let these people just walk to the lobby. 12 people just walk. 9 people walk freely in the lobby where there are armed security guards, and nobody is chasing these people. And then they get on the toll. They get on the toll full of pictures. They go to the Star in Frisco. They sit there for hours. We're being told they stole credit cards. They stole money, but somehow they never use any credit card. Even though it's a bunch of restaurants, it's a bunch of stores everywhere. This is ridiculous. This is truly ridiculous. And the fact that people today are so pro-government is outrageous. The fact that today people are so police, not like police, but people are so, oh, I love the prosecution. I love prosecutors so much, I want to go vote for Kamala Harris to be my president. People have been brainwashed. And I think maybe like when it comes to public schools, we need to start teaching people what it truly means to be an American. It's not to put your blind trust in the government, especially prosecutors. Prosecutors, you trust a prosecutor? This is crazy. This is truly, truly crazy. So no, Mr. Kent is not the reason why Mr. Chow was acquitted. The DA is the reason why Mr. Chow was acquitted, because he put something on the table that he knew he was not going to be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And let this be a lesson to all these clownish ass DAs out here and all these clownish ass prosecutors who overcharge people, find a way to get them denied bail, and think that while you're in there suffering in detention, that you'll sign a plea deal. Everybody ain't scared of prison. Everybody ain't scared of jail. And if you know you didn't do that shit or what they say you did, you should fight. And also take the motherfucking stand. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is really crazy. My goodness.
And that is because of a few things. Number one, Mr. Rick Chow had 2 prior incidents of shooting alleged burglars or thieves. Both of these cases happening around 2018. Of course, he never went to jail for these because
he is lying. Are you with your bell pepper nose? He's a liar. The first shooting incident was 2015. The second one was 2018. Both did not happen in 2018. Now ask yourself, how many times was Mr. Chow beat the fuck up? Okay, and I'm gonna show you. Hold on, because I looked into it a little bit. Hold on. Give me a second. These are all crazy. How many times? Come over here. Did Mr. Rick Chow have to call the police for his gas station? Okay, let's stop saying foolishness. Oh, hold on. Let me see. Let me go to my AI. Okay. So here it is, right? Y'all see this? It's not over 100 times. So context of police calls, okay? So what they say here, hold on. Where am I? Let's look at this. Okay. The Richland County Sheriff's Department received hundreds of calls for service over a 5-year period, okay, for the Express Mart Shell gas station by Mr. Rick Chow. So, like, let's even, I don't know if this fool over there is good at math, right? But if you called over 100 times because people try to come kill your ass, and you only shot 3 times, that's pretty good, okay? Because I don't mean, Marlene, I might have shot more, but 100+ times this man has called for help. Because he was getting beat up in there, battered in there, robbed in there, over 100 times in a 5-year period. Ask yourself if that's normal. Truly ask yourself if that's normal. This is not normal. And out of 100 times, he shot 3 times. So he's been abused over 100 times, and he used his gun 3 times. That's pretty good self-restraint. But they like to sit here and miscategorize people's stuff, their action in the event. They don't want to give the details. Stop being a liar. Stop being disgusting. Reveal the facts. Stop trying to push a narrative because you want to encourage your tribe to go attack people. Give proper context. Give proper context. And if you look at it, I'm telling you, one time they grabbed him and they started beating him, like punching him and punching him. And nobody made a video about the poor Asian man who got assaulted, I'm pretty sure, by Black American patrons. Because that's okay. Oh, if I'm Black, I can put my hands on people because my ancestors went through slavery. Yeah, get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. You are insane. You're truly insane. Okay? Context of police calls. According to the Department spokesperson, Veronica Hill, the numerous emergency calls from the property were related to chronic issues at the stores, including ABC News. Shoplifting and larceny, assault, robbery, burglary, vandalism, motor theft vehicle. Okay? So I'm like, you're overlooking all of this and just making this, oh, everything was so good in the hood. The Black patrons are so nice to him. He's so well treated over there. His family is so well respected. And this is how he repaid us. I can see why you'd be mad, but that is not the case. That is not the case. That is not what goes on out there. That Asian family is abused by many Black American patrons. And that is not okay. So out of 100 times, he used the gun three times. 2 of those times were not fatal because most likely you try to get somebody off of him or scare someone. But let's not pretend that this man also was not robbed at gunpoint. And let's not pretend that most likely whoever did it was a Black American person. So please calm down. Like, seriously, calm down. No, he's from here. He's Black American, but he's always living abroad. Like once upon a time, he lived in Romania. Then he left Romania, and now he's been in Uganda like for over 5 years now. Like over 6 years, he's been in Uganda. He lives in Africa. And then he'll be in Africa and he makes the most nastiest videos about African people. But then he'll be like, oh, the girls here in Uganda and their big booties, I like having sex with them. They're a bunch of grifters. They are a bunch of grifters. They just spread misinformation. They miscategorize events. They over-exaggerate. They just do all kinds of bullshit. That's what YouTube is. Bunch of lazy, low IQ people who could not get a job otherwise, who get to make content just creating fuckery with their low effort, low value content. They're a bunch of idiots. They're a bunch of idiots, the whites and the black. O'Shea ain't no different than Nick Fuentes. I'll tell you that much. They're so stupid. They're truly crazy. Hold on. Saying all kinds of foolishness.
Justified. But again, the prosecution wanted this to be admitted as evidence because it would show a habit that Mr.
That's not a habit. Once again, you see, and they're from here, huh? English is their first language. A habit means something, right? If you have a habit of doing something over like from 2015 to 21, when did this happen? 2022, right? And a 7-year time period. Yeah, a habit, it only happened 3 times. That's not a habit. Every year has 365 days. You multiply 365 by 5 years. What do you get? It's over 1,600 days. And 1,600 days, how many times has he shot? And how many times did he have his life threatened? But what happens to him, it doesn't matter because he's Asian. And that is disgusting. And I get it. This is the new wave of Black America with the FBA movement. Oh, we just want to be xenophobe because our ancestors went through slavery. If that's what you want, go ahead, boo-boo. Go ahead. Go ahead, though. Be that person. Be those kinds of people. Take the mantle of white supremacy from white people and see how well it builds for you. See how well it builds for you. Be an agent of chaos. Be a broker of iniquity. When I hurt you, it doesn't matter because my ancestors went through slavery. But when you hurt me, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. No, it goes both ways. Mr. Chow also has been hurt by Black American people. But I'm pretty sure if he ever spoke on that, I mean, they would just go swarm the man because you can't take taking a good look at yourself. That's not okay. What you see that you don't like in white people, look really, really deep in the mirror and make sure you don't have the same attributes. Because if you do, you have a choice to make. You can either surrender that at the altar of Jesus, or you can just press on and become a Black supremacist. And I hope it works well for you. But I have a feeling it won't. I truly have a feeling it will not. This is ridiculous.
Rick Chow was gun happy. Mr. Sean Kent and the rest of the defense team made sure that this was not admissible, which was a good strategy, obviously. Secondarily was the pivotal defense of the chase. They could admit that Mr. Rick Chow maybe was wrong for chasing after Mr. Cyrus Carmack Belton for some bottles of water. But now once allegedly Cyrus Carmack Belton pulled the gun.
Even now, you cannot just say it's some bottles. I'm disagreeing. You can't just say some bottles of water. You see one camera angle. That's the camera angle that points towards the refrigerator. How long was Cypress in that store? You don't know. You never say it. You see, I don't like people who hide the facts. It's a trigger for me. I really don't. I was talking to AI about that. That's why I don't have lots of friends in my life. I don't like people who lie. You have to tell us, what time did Cypress come in that store? What time did he leave? Besides the refrigerator that has the water, where else did he go? Where else did he go? Right? People in America, that's in America. That's why I say people in America love to lie. They like to say things in a way that makes them look like victims. You have to stop. What time did he get into that store? What time did he leave? What other camera angles do you have of him in that store? It's very convenient. It's just water bottles. So he just went in for the refrigerator and he just walked straight out. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's what you want people to believe. Okay, now, like, stop saying foolishness. Prove what you're saying. Don't just make claims. Oh, it's just a water bottle. Then prove it that it's just a water bottle. Tell me what time you got in there. Tell me, oh, Cypress got there at this time in the store. He left at that time. Okay. And during the time he was in the store, where did he go in the store? What else did he touch? Where else did he go? Right? But you're probably not going to want to say it because it's not going to be convenient for you. So you're going to hide it. There you go. There you go. So see, everybody does it, huh? White, black, they all do it. Gotta be better. You truly have to be better. And you see, and that's why it's hard. And this is why even being a Christian is hard. Because part of being a Christian is not just to sit here and judge other people, admonish other people, condemn other people. You yourself have to live up to the standard that you set for other people. And that's why people say, oh, the Bible says not to judge. The Bible never says not to judge. The Bible says to judge. But remember, in the same manner that you judge, so shall you be judged. So and that's a message I will send to many Black American people who are not part of this xenophobic movement called the FBA movement, right? Because it's not about lineage, it's about supremacy. But my thing is this though too, right? If you see that, if you know that racism is evil and you judge it for the rightful evil that it is, only to turn around and perpetrate the same evil unto other people who are non-white, but that is also your judgment. And the same way curses have fallen upon white people and their children for what they have done due to racism, the same will happen to you and your children. Hate never causes elevation. Walking around with so much hate and rage in your heart, it doesn't produce any elevation. It doesn't produce favor because you don't control America, you see. You have a bunch of people who are not Black, who are judges, lawyers, jurors, administrators, school this. There are so many people. And to yourselves as Black Americans, you cannot ensure that wherever you go, you will have a fellow Black American to open the door for you. Because truth be told, especially like in modern times, most Black Americans do not open doors for other Black Americans. If anything, when one Black American gets somewhere good, he closes the door or she closes the door behind him or her. You're not a people who create opportunities for your own people. You close the door on your own people. Then you work really hard with the Jews to get to the top. And then you say, oh, look at me. I have more than you. We see it with the Jay-Z's of the world. I mean, the money just stays at the top. Wealthy Black Americans do not bring the money down to create new opportunities for Black Americans at the bottom. No, it's up to you to crawl, like do whatever you have to do to get to the top. But nobody makes it easier for you. Nobody who is Black American and wealthy from the top puts their hand down and say, let me pull somebody out of poverty. They do not. And instead, when they get rich, they start mocking people. I would love to know how many people did Sean Carter lift out of poverty. I would love to know how many people did Beyonce, Giselle Knowles lift out of poverty. I would love to know how many Black Americans did Magic Johnson lift out of poverty. I would love to know how many Black people, Black American people, did Kobe Bryant lift out of poverty. I would love to know how many Black Americans did Oprah Winfrey lift out of poverty. I would love to know how many Black Americans did Will Smith lift out of poverty. You don't lift each other out of poverty. You manage to live the individual. And once he makes it, he turns his back and never looks back. So don't act like by yourself and to yourself, you can be self-sustainable. You cannot, because you're not very nice to each other. And the more money you have, the more degrees of separation you have from where you came from, your school, your teammates, your classmates, even the girl who sells the alcohol, Shawn Weaver, is that her name? Right? A very disgusting lady. Okay. So what's the name? Shawn Weaver. That little thief, okay? There you go, right? So this lady here, what's the name? The whiskey? Uncle Nearest, is that her thing? Let me see if I can find her. This lady here, right? But this lady here, right? She was having like a meet and greet, right? So one of her school friends, he was so happy to see her because they had gone to kindergarten together. The man went there. He stood in the line. So she Black American, he Black American. So when it was his time to greet her, he said, hey, do you remember me? She's like, no. Who are you? He said, oh, we went to school together. We went to kindergarten, right? The way she dehumanized him. Like, how the fuck would I remember that? I don't remember you. Look at this nigga. This nigga thing. I mean, it was so dehumanizing. And I'm like, wow, somebody who drove all the way over here to see you. Because maybe when he saw how big you made it, he was so happy, like, wow, I went to school with her. You're probably a hero to him. She dehumanized him. I'm like, you can't even pretend. You can be, oh my gosh, yes, I remember you. It would have cost her nothing. It's a big deal for him go and entertain him. Like, oh yeah, sure. Oh, I remember you. Oh my gosh, I forgot your name. Yes, you sat next to. Oh yeah. Just for no, she had to dehumanize him. Nigga this, nigga that, nigga this, nigga. I mean, you know how it goes out here, right? There you go. So I'm like, let's stop pretending that when Black Americans make a lot of money, they come back and they pull other Black Americans out of poverty. No, they don't. No, they don't. They act super white. They act super Jew, and they sit there and they consume all this like self-degradation music, right? They don't take nobody out of poverty. So Stephon Curry, with all his hundreds of millions, how many Black American people has Stephon Curry taken out of poverty? The list goes on. All these basketball players who are Black Americans and the hundreds of millions. John Morant. How many Black American people has John Morant taken out of poverty? The list goes on. You don't help each other out. You compete with each other. You trample each other. You look down on each other. And you do everything to only have one person at the top. Everybody else stays in the ditch. That's how it goes out here. Okay? And it's okay. It's truly okay. So stop pretending that, oh, if we insult everyone, we're so insular that we don't need anybody else. Because many times, people who are nice to Black American people are not Black American people. And that's why many Black American people have great friendships with non-Black American people. But amongst Black American people to another Black American people, yeah, it's not kosher. Okay? So we got to stop. We truly, truly have to stop. Like even him, O'Shea, all the other people don't help him. They do not help him. He's by himself. Like he tried to get on with Anton. He tries to get on. They're not helping him. They're not giving him a shout out. He's over there making his content and he fights for his life. He doesn't have support. How many of these bigger, blacker people, Black American people who make content ever share his video? He struggles by his own. That's why he always has to try to poke at them and provoke them because he feels excluded. I'm like, yeah, they're not going to let you in. No, he's not Nigerian. He's Black American. He's not African. He's Black American. Mm-hmm.
On Rick's son, it then changed to a case of self-defense. That was what he was able to sell, and obviously the jury bought it. Mind you, 5 or 6 of these jurors, from what I understand, were Black. So it's not only that he was selling this to an all-white jury or something. You had African-American, Black American jurors that were there and bought his side of the story. Now this man is getting a lot of hatred.
Even this is also very stupid. It's very, very stupid. And it's a gross misrepresentation because you want people to go attack Mr. Kent. That's it. Here are the FBAs. We're so proud to be FBAs. But if one brother does something we don't like, we have to destroy his business. That's the FBA love. That's how they do it. But my thing is this: you cannot say this. It's very possible that the jury also didn't really care. Hey, Jordan, it's very possible that the jury did not care for what Mr. Kent said. But because you have a goofy ass brain and you have a low IQ, that's how you want to see it because that's what makes you feel good. The jury is there to make sure that the prosecution proves the case beyond a reasonable doubt. They probably was like, yeah, you're full of shit. But at the same time, prosecutor, you didn't do your job, right? So why do you put Mr. Kent was just so phenomenal. But if Mr. Kent was so phenomenal, then where the fuck was the prosecution? Where were they at? Okay, right? The prosecution did not meet the burden. They did not meet the burden. They failed at meeting the burden. So the moment you fail at meeting the burden, I mean, yeah, Mr. Kent could have had some nice word then and there. Good for him. He might be loquacious. What the fuck do I know, right? But if you fail to meet the burden, they have to acquit. And if the only charge is first-degree murder, okay. And that's why they should have gone in there with second-degree murder. And I'm pretty sure at that time, I don't think it matters how well Mr. Kent is loquacious or not. It'd have been a whole different game. But first-degree murder means something very specific. And from my understanding, because I'm looking at these cases a lot now, from my understanding, it's really hard to prove because you need premeditation. And if these are people who met for the first time, how do you prove premeditation? It sounds more like impulse. It's either impulse or he might claim self-defense. So go at least for second degree. At least put manslaughter on the table, right? No first-degree murder because you are Black and you're being an activist. And that DA, he let his how can I say this? His tribal loyalty override his duty as a lawyer. You are a lawyer first. If you feel like you're Black first before being a lawyer, you're not fit to be an officer of the court. If your loyalty is with your race, your ethnic group, your gender, you're not fit to be a lawyer, because that's too much power for somebody who's tribal. If you're not capable of seeing a black victim and another person claims self-defense who is non-black, without you being triggered to not use the office of the DA as an advocacy office, you're not fit. You're not fit. And Mr. Chow also, if he feels like he was racially targeted, he needs to sue. He needs to sue, because this should never happen. Gross misconduct. And if I was his lawyer, I would sue. I truly would sue. Okay, I would truly sue. Please know this. And even I, Marlene, if I ever get to, I'm telling you clearly, if I ever get to become a multimillionaire in this country, I will definitely do my very best to have the word tether turn into an actual slur. I kid you not. I will do exactly what the Jews have done. And I will use all my money and everything I had to find people in Congress to officially declare the word tether as a racial slur. So then if you're a Black American and you choose to call anybody a tether, you will suffer the consequences. Because what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If white people don't have the right to use the N-word, you don't have the right to call anybody a racial slur. The moment you become an American citizen, whether it's through the 13th Amendment, naturalization of birth, whatever, just soul is right, you are an American citizen. Who are you to call me a tether? I don't play games like that. You are very lucky that I don't have the money yet. But the day I come into the money, I promise you, I will do everything in my power to make the word tether a racial slur. And people like Tariq Nasheed, I will drag him to civil court. I will drag. I think some of you Black American people with your xenophobia, you need to be spanked accordingly. And the best way to do it is to drag you to court. And in Discovery, I will show your people what you do with your donations, what you do with your super chats, what you do with your so-called projects for the community. There you go. There you go. Keep playing with people. Keep playing with people. Keep disrespecting people. Keep using racial slurs against people. This country is a country of law. Whether you care or you don't care, it don't matter. It does not matter. But let me be a multimillionaire one day. This word tether will officially go down, just like the N-word, as a racial slur. Call me that and see what happens. Call me that and see what happens. You are crazy. You are truly possessed. Huh? Yeah. They really think they have, because their ancestors were slaves. You're going to ask them to name one their ancestor. They can't even do it. Well, who's your ancestor? They can't even do it. They could care less. They weaponized slavery to get away with the most incredulous, obscene, xenophobic behavior ever known in the free world. That's out of order. That's truly out of order. That is just out of order. It's disgusting. No, it's really disgusting. Like I said, you're lucky I don't have the money yet. But the day I come into the money, the ADL ain't got shit on me. The ADL ain't got shit on me. Me, Marlene, I'm going to use my money. Whoever I have to pay in that damn Congress place, whatever senator, I live in D.C., whoever I have to find as a senator to make this word tether an official slur, we will. If you want to lose your house, lose your job, lose your career, do as you may. Do as you may. Call me a tether to my face. Call me a tether in person. I will handle you the way whites get handled when they call people the N-word. A slur is a slur. A racial slur is a racial slur. And your great-great-grandmother being a slave ain't my fault. Your great-great-granddad being a slave is not my fault. But that does not constitute any provision for you to call me a racial slur. I did nothing to you. Imagine wanting to indict someone for being born in Africa. Many of y'all were born in poverty in the hood. Should we also indict you? Like, are you kidding me? Can you choose the place of birth? Can you choose the location where you were born? Can you choose your family? Matter of fact, can you even choose the income of your family? So who are you to indict anybody based on place of birth? Where did you learn that kind of behavior? That is insane. Like I said, you're lucky I don't have the money yet. You are truly fortunate I have yet to have the money, because the day that I have the money, call me a tether to my face and see what happens. Because I'm like, that's why even Nefkari went and he took down the videos for Carmelo. Even now, I know he watches the trial, but because they were so disrespectful to him, he doesn't want to make videos for Carmelo. Because he probably said to himself, oh, since they insulted me, they can go ahead and do it. But then a lot of them, even Tariq Nasheed, even O'Shea, the so-called FBA of YouTube, nobody is covering the Carmelo case. Nobody is covering it. They're so proud to be Black American. This boy is fighting for his life with an all-white juror. They're not even covering it. Is Tariq covering it? He talked about it one time. He dropped the story. The Black Authority Voice, one time he dropped the story, because it takes something to have endurance. When you start with something, you have to see it through, right? But me, I made a promise. I'm not. Plus, I'm sovereign. If I truly believe in you, I will not abandon you. I made a vow to myself. This Carmelo case, I started it, I will finish it. I truly believe in him. And I will never punish Carmelo for the actions of others, because he ain't got shit to do with this bullshit. Because you have to separate foolish people from children. It's out of order. It's truly out of order. Me, Marlene, I do not sue. And hear me clearly, because the Carmelo case could have you thinking I'm something I'm not. I do not like racism. And I just as much do not like xenophobia. I don't like Islamophobia. I don't like any kind of phobia where people just go attack people based on what they look like. It's a huge trigger for me. I have no race loyalty to no one. My race is human. My God is God. I'm Christian. Understand that clearly. This YouTube thing right here, I don't monetize my videos. I don't even seek an audience, because there are too many stupid people in America. Once they like something that you say, they think you're always going to say something they like. No. I'm not here to please you. I'm not a toy. I'm a human being with a high intellectual faculty. So when you're like me, you can be intelligent and tribal. It doesn't work. I pick a side. You might be brilliant and tribal. I don't know. But I cannot stand people who are not truthful. Even if the truth inconveniences you, be a person of character. Because that's how you build your reputation. I don't chase followers. I don't chase subscribers. I don't chase for shit. I could care less. But I don't like when people say, oh, this measure here for these people, but there's no measure for other people. Chinese people also deserve protection under the law. Asian business owners deserve protection also. People have this notion that when you have a business, you're so rich that you can just sustain all kinds of bruises, injury, thievery, loss, and things like that. Everybody with a business is not rich. Everybody with a business is not Jeff Bezos. Everybody with a business is not some wealthy person. There are plenty of people who have businesses and they can barely pay themselves. There are plenty of people who have businesses and they can barely pay themselves. And yet, because you have a business, people think it's okay to treat you any kind of way. That's not okay. That's truly not okay. Many Asian people, or many immigrant people too, when they come to America, the reason why they open their own businesses is not to even be wealthy. It's because they don't speak the language. So the best thing they can do is to start a business, because that way the language barrier is not hard for them, because then they don't have to go apply for a job. But if you come to this country at a certain age, you don't speak the language. If you're applying for a job, you might never get one. So people also have to understand that. Just because you have a business, it doesn't mean that you're a multimillionaire. Just because you have a business, it doesn't mean that you even have $1 million to speak of. Just because you have a business doesn't even mean that every month you can afford to pay yourself. There are plenty of people who have businesses and they live where they work because that's all they can afford. And people have to understand that. But it's very easy to destroy someone else's business when you don't have one. So Mr. Chow did it to, I don't know what he did. That's not for me to adjudicate the case. I'm not a lawyer on that case. And y'all love to opine, and you opine without structure. So what? These are all emotional rants. Focus on the case. What was he charged with? What did the prosecution was able to prove? What were they not able to prove? And they were the jurors. What did the jurors agree with? And what did the juries not agree with? That's it. That's that. Like this what the comment you're bringing up is nothing but emotion. I am not an emotional person. And I get it. My skin is black. But I promise you, in real life, I don't really get along with black people. Because to me, black people are just too emotional. I even have a hard time with my own parents. Because my dad's a Libra, he's an engineer, but he has a tendency of running behind my mom, who's too emotional. Even in my own family, I don't like emotional people. I like people who are Cartesian. Boom, 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 boom. That's it. That's that. I don't do emotion. With my own kids, I don't do emotional stuff. With my husband, I'm not emotional. In my friendships, I am not emotional. I am not an emotional person. So I get it. My skin's black, but I promise you, I'm not emotional. Exactly. So whatever you're saying here is if you're not an emotional person, then ask a question specific to the case and specific to the law. So Mr. Chow did preserve his livelihood. I'm not Mr. Chow. So who am I to speak of his mens rea? I'm not Mr. Chow. My name is Marlene. Do I look Asian to you? I look Chinese to you? My name is Marlene. So you're asking me a question that I can't even answer. So what's the goal of that? So if you're not an emotional person, why are you asking me the question? Go find Mr. Chow and ask him why he did it. I'm not emotional. I am not Mr. Chow. I cannot respond to that. What I can say is Mr. Chow was charged with first-degree murder. And first-degree murder requires premeditation. And what we know is when you go to court, it's up to the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Chow indeed committed first-degree murder. If they're not able to prove that A equals B, he's going to get acquitted. He's going to get acquitted. And that's why when you are the prosecution, especially as a law student, somebody who took the bar, somebody who has been practicing law, right? You should even say to yourself, if I take this to court, can I truly convince a jury? If I take this to court, can I truly convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt? If you know in your heart of heart, based on the evidence, that you cannot convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt, do not charge the person with this charge. Find another charge. That's it. And this is how non-emotional people should think. Did the DA have enough to prove first-degree murder? That's it. People have to stop being so emotional. It's really draining. It's extremely draining. I emote. When do you use logic? When do you use reason? When are your thoughts actually structured? Right? Be structured in your mind. And then you'll be structured across your life, your finances, your health, your relationships, you name it. But there's such an inherent lack of structure with some people. They're all over the place. And if you're all over the place, you'll never get anywhere. And then you'll just start blaming all kinds of people. And then you'll cause a lot of collateral damage because you're all over the place. That's it. The DA overcharged the man. And if people are truly mad, they need to write to the prosecution. That's who people should go to. Go to the prosecution. What did you have to justify charging this man with first-degree murder? That's it. But we cannot ask white people to not be tribal. And the moment we occupy positions like district attorney, we become tribal. I mean, that is ludicrous. That is truly ludicrous. And then everything becomes tit for tat, tit for tat. So the whites do it one time, then the blacks look for their time to do it, right? Then the bang do it again, then they do it again. It's like, please calm down. Like, please calm down. People got to stop doing that.
Online, getting a lot of death threats, and people are very upset.
You're right. There's nothing you can say on this internet that's going to justify what you did and make you less of a horrible, awful person. Not all money is good money. I genuinely hope nothing ever good happens for you ever.
When people say that to Mr. Kent, when Black Americans say that to Mr. Kent, do you say the same thing to Little Dirk? Do you say to Dirk, all money is not good money? Right? All these drill rapper, Mr. Dirk, Kent, what's it called? Dirk, who else? Chief Keef, Kanye, Jay-Z. I mean, the list goes on. All these Black Americans who sing about drugs, violence, shooting people, looting people, robbing people, snatching chains and shit. Do you say to these people, oh, all money is not good money? Of course not. Even Meg Thee Stallion, the stuff she's singing, is that good? Is that a good way to make money? When you encourage other Black American girls to be promiscuous, to sleep around for shit, Carisha, the stuff she says, get flued out, have sex with multiple men, do all kinds of bullshit, right? Is that the right way to make money? And that's why I'm not trying to be funny, but a lot of people do not take Black American people seriously. You don't know what you want. You don't know what you want, and you truly don't know who you want to be. Because serious people, serious people have consistent ethos. So if you say this is not the right way to make money, that's fine. Then apply that across the board. But when you have a sliding scale based on who you like, who you don't like, how they entertain you, they don't entertain you, it's crazy. What did Mr. Kent do? Right? So it's okay for Jay-Z to be a drug dealer, turn into a businessman. That's perfectly fine. Because all money, I guess, is good money. Right? Jay-Z could have sold drugs to a pregnant Black woman. Jay-Z could have sold drugs to children. Right? You have no idea who he was selling drugs to, but you don't give a fuck. Right? But when it's Mr. Kent, oh my gosh, I can't believe you took money from a Chinese man. That is ridiculous. You lack integrity. And in some sense, you are very, very comical. You are truly hilarious. Right? There are a bunch of people here who do all kinds of absurdities for money. And you never, even what's that girl's name? Sexy Red. Sexy Red, her music is disgusting. She had lip gloss called Chlamydia, Syphilis, Yellow Discharge. I mean, the list goes on. Sukiyana, I mean, the list goes on. Lemuel with Zeus Network, right? But it's like you pick and choose. You pick and choose. At the end of the day, Mr. Kent is an American lawyer. And it's not up to you to decide which case he should take and which case he should not take. He's a grown-ass man. If anybody told any black woman to lose weight, she will lose her shit. The vast majority of black American women are overweight. But if anybody speaks on your weight, you'll lose your mind. But you want to tell this man who paid for his own college, paid for his law school, paid to take the license, pays for his own business, right? You want to tell this man what he should do with the law license he acquired while you continue to stuff your face with food. If anybody told you to stop being promiscuous, you would lose your mind. But you want to tell this man what he should do and what he should not do with his law license. So because you're black, I mean, this is truly ludicrous. People must be on fentanyl or something stronger. Because where do you come off telling a private citizen, this is how I think you should run your business? So can he come and tell you, this is what I think you should do with your weight? This is what I think you should do with your vagina, right? Exactly. That's it. That's that. I really don't understand. I truly don't know. I don't understand that. If Mr. Kent went up there and he lied, then I can see why you're mad. If you can prove that while he was doing the defense for Mr. Chow, he lied, he misrepresented things, like he intentionally just lied, okay, that's excessive. Because even as a lawyer, that's perjury. What are you people doing? But if you cannot say, you cannot prove with evidence that Mr. Kent committed an act of perjury, what are we doing? He's still a private citizen. The black community did not confer upon this man a law license. He earned his law license and he paid for it. You can say, oh, Mr. Kent, I wish you would have taken this case. But at the same time, that's not what being a criminal attorney is. Per the U.S. Constitution, everybody deserves legal representation. And the Constitution also says that if you cannot afford one will be given to you. So it's not even just Mr. Kent. What about public defenders who have to defend homosexuals? You're going to go put their faces up to when you'll kill these people? What about public defenders who have to defend even black women who killed their children? Right? Are you also going to go harass public defenders and say, well, all money ain't good money? We have a constitution. And per our constitution, everybody that is accused is presumed innocent until proven guilty. And what you're saying is when Mr. Kent saw Mr. Chow come to him, Mr. Kent should have treated Mr. Chow as if he was guilty. That's not how the law works. And that's why you are wherever you are in life, and that's why he's a lawyer. But it's truly crazy that people who are nowhere in life, not even successful, have nothing to speak of, want to tell somebody who's a practicing criminal attorney. And O'Shea told y'all, he is very good at what he does because out there in North Carolina, he has a great reputation. You think that reputation just befell upon him? Oh, he just acquired a reputation. He earned his reputation. So if he's a great attorney, he's good at what he does. He does not need no big back fat girl from fucking TikTok who can barely afford her Klarna bill to tell him which client to take and which client not to take. That's a grown-ass man. And that's a grown-ass American man with a law license. He can use his law license as he sees fit, as long as he's not violating the ethics board of the law people. That's it, that's that. Mind your business. Truly and honestly, people need to learn to mind their fucking business. Because if somebody told this girl to go lose some weight, she'll lose her shit. There you go. So if you don't want nobody to speak on your shit, don't speak on his shit. You have, listen, the law is clear. You are innocent until proven guilty. You are innocent until proven guilty. So when Mr. Chow walks in there, he has to treat Mr. Chow as an innocent person. It's up to the prosecution to prove that Mr. Chow is guilty of whatever they say Mr. Chow did. But until then, he's an innocent man. Being charged doesn't mean you're guilty. That's it, that's that. I'm sure if he was black, a lot of people would understand that clearly. But because he's Asian, I don't know, I'm confused. What are you confused about? You don't know that in the U.S. Constitution, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty? So if a client comes, even me, if Mr. Chow came to me, I might take the case. Why not? I'm a lawyer. I take the case, right? That's it. Even if you take the client, You treat like he's innocent. Then he starts talking. And like, oh shit, this man did that shit. Right? Now it could be, okay, you probably tell the client, listen, based on what you did and based on what they have on you, most likely you will be found guilty. But what I can do, I can work a plea deal for you. That's it, right? Because just because you take a case also doesn't mean that the person automatically gets to walk, which is where people have a lot of misconception. Sometimes even a guilty person gets a lawyer, not because it's to walk from a crime, no, but it's to make sure that even if you get punished, you don't get over punished. Right? Because we have to protect people, even when they're guilty, from an overreach of government. That's it. That's that. Because if you don't have any protection, they might throw 30 years at you. And you're like, okay, because you don't know. A lawyer will say, yes, you are guilty, but 30 years is excessive. Here's what they should offer you, at least 15 to 20, but 30 is too much. But that person doesn't walk away from the crime. But at the same time, they're also not being overcharged. Why would somebody take 30 years if technically the statute says 10 to 15 years for a first-time offender? People got to stop being so emotional. It's really draining. It's seriously exhausting. I'm so tired.
Again, you genuinely should be ashamed of yourself. I don't know how you sleep at night. Again, I wish you the worst.
So it's somebody you don't even know, you wish them the worst. I mean, like, these people are such a bunch of losers. You're morbidly obese. How do you sleep at night? Your chin has a chin that has a chin. I'm like, your neck is pregnant by your other neck. Like, you have fat neck. How do you sleep at night? I'm sure your ankles are probably worse. How do you sleep at night? Oh, I wish you the worst. Why do you wish them the worst? And this is white supremacist behavior for blackface. And I'm telling you, back in the day too, you had, even with Mr. Howard, I'm pretty sure that you have white people who say, how dare you defend a murderer? How dare you defend this N-word? How dare? I'm like, you don't want to be any better. And I think one day, I really think sadly enough, one day this country will officially have a civil war. I can truly see it. Where one day something is going to start and going to spark in this country, and Black Americans and white Americans are going to start killing each other. Actually, I mean, it's because it's itching towards there, right? Because no side wants to stop it. You act a fool, I act a fool. You act racist, I act this. Like, nobody wants to stop it. But I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, by 2050, there's an official civil war, and white Americans and Black Americans truly start murdering each other in the streets. Because nobody wants to do better. Nobody wants to be better. And everybody calls themselves a Christian. I'm a Christian. But everything is hatred, vitriol. I curse your life. I want you to die. I want you to die. I want you to die. You don't even understand the law. But you're wishing harm on this man. Unfortunately, you just wish harm on yourself. He did nothing to you. You're weird. You're truly weird.
That's all I have to say about that.
And then you also have people who are defending him.
But an attorney's true job is to defend the law, either for a plaintiff or a defendant. Like, that is the job. I don't like that man is getting treated like this, as if he's some traitor just by representing someone in court, some race traitor. That's insane.
That is kind of what I want to deal with today, because Mr. Sean Kent has responded to some of the hatred that he's been getting. And what he says about his past clients is something that's interesting to understand.
I have represented 3 African-American males who are accused of a white girl. I have represented an individual who was accused of killing a person, folding his body and sticking him in an abandoned building in Florence, South Carolina.
The motive for taking the case. What did he say? This is important, so watch this.
So there have been countless individuals who I've represented in the past. And so when someone says, why did you take this case? I don't judge. God judges. If you pick and choose who are you going to judge in your cases, it makes you ineffective of what you're doing. And so people say, why this case? Well, why not any of those ones with the outrage that has come forth? As criminal defense attorneys, we represent the Constitution. We represent individuals. And so when people say,
and this is why Marlene, the older I get, I truly think that America moving forward, we need to have a test for voting. We truly do. Because you see, and a lot of these, even white people, Black people, it doesn't matter. All of these people, right? These are people who can vote. But I think whether it's the Mr. Chow case, the Carmelo case, the whatever case, I think it becomes quite obvious that the average American does not understand the U.S. Constitution. This is why we're here. The average American does not understand the U.S. Constitution. I don't even believe that the average American understands the Bill of Rights. And it's sad because if you spend 13 years in the public school system and you leave as a high school senior, you have a high school diploma, and you don't have a sound understanding of the first 10 Amendment of the Constitution, people, I mean, they failed you. They truly failed you. People truly have been failed. And one thing that's, even with the Pooh Shiesty stuff, something that really became apparent to me is that people do not understand the 8th Amendment. What is the purpose of bond? A lot of people think it's to punish you, and it's like you're guilty, make the bond $1 million. I mean, look at the people who are screaming for Carmelo's bond to stay at $1 million. This boy has never gotten in trouble his whole life. So the first time something happens, his bail should be $1 million because someone is dead? No. When you go to a bail hearing, you have to, your attorney has to answer like 2 or 3 specific questions. Are you a flight risk? Because we're still saying that we're still saying that presumption of innocence. At the bond hearing, the person has presumption of innocence. There are only certain crimes that trigger that like detention is mandatory. Every crime, for the most part, detention is not mandatory. We don't have to detain you to guarantee that you will show up to court for the trial. But so when you go to a bond hearing, the judge wants to know, are you a flight risk? Number 1, are you a threat to yourself? Are you a threat to the public? Now, based on what your lawyer presents, the judge could say, okay. She could say, okay, based on your own recognizance, you can go. She can also say, ankle monitor, please. She can also say, ankle monitor, and I want some money. Okay? Give me some money. Right? She can also say, I want an ankle monitor, I want some money, and I want a weekly drug test. She can also say, I want an ankle monitor, I want some money, I want a weekly drug test, and I want you to go to therapy. It's like there are many things that you offer up to the judge as a bond package. When it comes to certain federal cases, like kidnapping. Now, if you get charged with kidnapping by the feds, for example, right, that automatically triggers the base for that is you must be detained. But for most cases, you don't have to be detained to guarantee that you will come back to court and follow through with the case. But when there's kidnapping, Congress determined that when in cases where someone's being charged with kidnapping, detention is mandatory. So now it's up to your lawyer to prove how this might be a kidnapping, it might not be a kidnapping. In the case of Pooh Shiesty, it's not even an actual kidnapping because they were inside of a studio. It's a theory of kidnapping. But when his lawyer went in there, Cohen went in there, he treated the bond hearing as if it was a robbery. So he fucked up the bond hearing. Like it's like this stuff is real. But unfortunately, because a lot of American people who are born here, English is obviously their first language, they do not have a sound mastery and understanding of the Bill of Rights. So in cases like these, Carmelo, Mr. Chow, Wumpty Wump, people truly think I was done wrong. How dare you give him bond? How dare you acquit the man? How dare? Because you are ignorant of your own constitution. That's no one's fault. And people expect people to bend to the mob, quiver to the mob, or use the outrage to gauge some kind of temperature. It's only the temperature of ignorance. You are boiling to a fever pitch because you are ignorant. Make it your business. All these lyrics to all these songs, all these rapper songs, all the songs, you know everything about Cardi B. You're always on the shade room. How about you unplug for some social media and make it your business? Take a whole week or 2 weeks if you have to. Learn the Bill of Rights. Learn it, right? The 4th Amendment, the 5th Amendment, the 6th Amendment. You should learn those things, right? Probable cause. What is that? Reasonable doubt. What is that? Learn those things, right? And also you should learn what is first-degree murder and what has to be proven, right? What does it mean to have burden of proof, okay? And one thing you'll also understand, because even I had to understand that, is that the burden of proof shifts. Like when it comes to the bond hearing, it's not up to the DA. The burden of proof is on your lawyer. When it comes to your actual trial, the burden of proof then goes to the prosecution, okay? Like the DA don't have to do much. Okay, but it's up to your lawyer to make a good case before the judge as to why you're not a flight risk, you're not a danger to yourself, and you're not a danger to the community. That's it. That's that. People are just too emotional because people are extremely ignorant. And people think, oh, because I'm screaming, I'm kicking, I'm burning, I'm breaking, you're going to give me what I want. No one's going to give you what you want. You are insane. You're going to catch a charge and you will go to jail. That's it. That's that. You will go to jail. Like me, Marty, if I'm a DA and I see people act a fool, I'm locking you up. You need to know how to conduct yourself. We have ways for you to express your frustration. You don't like how it turned out, you write a letter to your DA. Matter of fact, when he goes up for re-election, make sure he doesn't win. That's it. That's that. It's too much. It's excessive.
Comments to me, and I've heard a lot of them, like, you didn't have to take this one. Well, I don't have to pay my mortgage either, but if you don't, they end up taking that from you.
Okay, so here is a teaching moment that we want to bring out on this Ken Ganda channel, and I typically weigh in on the Pan-African issue of the value that we need to have for one another, and I know that can sometimes get lost in translation. What I want to talk about is, this is Mr. Sean Kent. Somebody went and found this particular photo, and as you can see, his wife is white, all right? And so now the narrative is, this guy is a sellout. He's a raccoon. He has a white wife, okay? This is what is being said. And again,
it's so funny. I mean, for as long as I lived in America, I've lived here for like 30 years now. It is so funny to me how the Black Americans, the only raccoon is the Black man who marries a white woman. But if you sell drugs, you're a real one. If you sell, because they only sell drugs to their own people. They don't go out and sell drugs to white people, right? Most Black Americans sell drugs where they live, within like what, a 5, 10, 20-mile radius of where they live. So it's mostly to other Black American people. So when you sell drugs to your own community, that makes you a real one. In other words, you're a real ninja, right? But if you marry a white woman, you're a sellout. If you sell drugs and you brag about it, you're a real one, right? If you sell drugs and somehow you're able to start a record label, you're a real one. If you talk about how Black women are bitches and hoes and they give you blowjobs, whatever, you're real. If you kill someone and you go to prison and you don't snitch about it, you're real. Like, you know, at some point, it becomes like, think whatever you want. Think whatever you want. Leave it up to the people here. Ben Carson is a sellout and Jay-Z is a hero. Right? Jay-Z is a hero. The Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, he's a coon. He's a sellout. He's this, he's that, right? But somebody like what? Little Dirk is a hero. Dirk. You know, you get to a point. It's like whatever you want to think whatever you want. Because this coon stuff, I've come to realize it never applies to criminals. Right? If you kill people, you're a real one. You join a gang, you're a real one. You sell drugs, you're a real one. You kill people, you're a real one. You go to prison, don't snitch, you're a real one. You abandon your family, you're a real one. You hold up the code of the street, you're a real one. Okay, doesn't matter. It truly does not matter. If marrying a white woman is seen as way more, I don't know, way more, give me a word, right? It's way more destructive to one's Blackness than professing to have been a drug dealer who has spent time poisoning countless of Black American people and never even helping them to get any kind of rehab. Okay, sure, whatever. Truly and honestly, whatever. People are done. People are tired. People are tired. Coon. It doesn't land. Because I'm even sure that in this generation of Black American people too, Thurgood Marshall be called a coon. Booker T. Washington be called a coon. W. Du Bois be called a coon. Everybody that doesn't want to do street stuff, N-word stuff, nigga stuff, it's called all kinds of coon. Okay? You're a coon. But if you're unemployed and you're in and out of prison, you're a hero. If you have a bunch of kids, don't take care of your kids, always in prison, you're a hero. People are tired. People are truly tired. At some point, people are going to have to sit down and say, what does it truly mean to be a coon? And are you only a coon if we find that you have a white wife? And if that's how it goes, and that's a sliding scale, I think a lot of people are gracefully going to bow out. Here, you can have a black card, keep it. Because nobody wants to be amongst people who have way more respect for criminal than they do for hardworking professional. You might say, oh, but what about his love life? He's married to a white woman. Okay. But what about also people who are Black, who have kids out of wedlock, and many of these kids will grow up to also be criminals? Right? You got to see it from both sides. When you create broken homes, are you any better than somebody who marries a white person? Like, be so for real. There are plenty of Black people who have kids with other Black people unmarried or even married to Black people. And what is their message to the Black community? So just because you marry Black, therefore what? There are plenty of Black couples who are toxic. There are plenty of Black people who are married to each other who are toxic. I saw a couple recently, they're about to go to prison or something for scamming a bunch of Black people. So what does that even mean? Once upon a time, I guess it meant something. But to judge the measure of a person because they have a white spouse, yeah, you can be like, I don't know. But you have to get to know people. When people have such a low literacy level, when it's so hard for you to know how to read, it's kind of presumptuous to assume that you can read a book by its cover. You can barely read. Okay, you can't judge people because or even condemn people because you don't like who they chose to marry. They have their personal reason. And until you've walked in someone's shoes, just like you wouldn't want to be judged for being a baby mom with 4 baby daddies or 6 baby daddies, right? You can't judge somebody for marrying a white woman. Don't know why he married her. Just like you don't know why she also agreed to marry him. But we have to stop selling this fantasy that, oh, when you have an all Black couple, it's something positive. Sometimes it's not. You can also have a mixed couple, and sometimes it's positive and sometimes it's not. We have to judge people based on what they've done as a couple, not just how they look as a couple. Because a Black man or white woman, or a white man or Black woman, even me, I'm not a big fan, but I'm not going to sit here and say inherently is diabolical. What is their legacy as a couple? That also has to count for something. What is their contribution as a couple? But there are plenty of all Black couples out here, and they don't do shit for nobody. And many of them also, they hurt other people. They exploit other people. They take advantage of other people. And that's not okay. We have to stop. We got to stop being delusional. Got to stop being deluded. Got to stop lying because it's not cute. It's not cute.
You know, I'm extremely on the right, as a Pan-African pro-Black. I stand where Dr. Umar stands when we talk about, interracial relationships and stuff like that. However, we got to understand one thing. If anybody Black or African feels like their community cannot support them in the way that they need to be supported, okay, they are going to go and look for other alternatives. Now, the Black community is very vast with wealth. It has a lot of money. It has everything that you need, depending on what you want to do. Now, what I will say, maybe in the state of South Carolina, it may not have the population that he may need to deal with Black clients. Here's what I do understand about dealing with Blacks. A lot of times it comes with dealing with discounts. All right. And so people have a hard time trying to pay, wanting things for free, simply because you are Black. And what happens to a person like Sean Ken, a person who, would be good to deal with in the Black community? This guy went and built himself up, became a very good lawyer.
Exactly.
It's offering value.
I don't even know if Mr. Ken slept in his car. They have no idea what he had to go through to put himself to law school. Average law school tuition can run you $100,000. Oh, we know that you have student loans up to $100,000, but you can afford to just take down a case. Okay, do you have another case for me? Oh, no, I don't. Just trust in the Lord. No, I trust in what just came through my door. People are too emotional. People are just too emotional. Black people are just too emotional for me. Just too emotional for me. That is crazy. Now, imagine if he also has loans for his bachelor's. You have no idea how much this man owes his student loans. Don't even care. The office building, how much he pays a month. Don't care. If he has paralegals, how much he got to pay them people. Do not care. If he runs ads to get more business, don't care. And you wonder why over here, a lot of Black people here don't have many businesses. Because it's a community that is not pro-business. They think everything should be charitable. Everything should just give. They give all their money to the church and expect, because I gave all my money to the church, you should just do it for free. No, go get your money back from the pastor. Go get your money back from the pastor. Okay? There you go. Go get your money back from the pastor. That is crazy. No, you have to care about money. And if you don't care about money, that's fine. He cares about money. They have no idea what people had to go through to get themselves to law school because they themselves are not ambitious. Like you get to a point in your life, you start to realize who's ambitious and who's not. You really start to realize who's ambitious and who is not. Hold on, you guys. Wait a second. Oh, I'm hot. Oh, I'm not going through perimenopause, y'all. Shoot. I get super hot sometimes. Okay. Makes sense? And that's why you got to stay away from people who are not ambitious. And that's why me personally, I don't do the pro blackity black stuff. I really don't. I don't care. I like to walk with people who love how to win. I want people who want to win. So it doesn't matter your complexion for real. Okay? Do you want to win or not? Do you work hard or not? Do you complain or not? Are you a logical person or an emotional person? I don't do emotional people because emotions, they overwhelm me. I truly get overwhelmed. I can't even stand people crying. Like, why are you crying? Because to me, crying also is manipulation. I don't like it. Use your words. It's weird. Okay? But I'm like, law school ain't cheap. Law school, business school, med school. Esther just graduated med school. Her dad spent almost like $300,000. Like, this is not a joke. So, like, and then imagine somebody says to Esther, right? Imagine somebody says to Esther, oh, this man you're about to operate on, even though, like, let's say the surgery is like $200,000. Oh, Esther, don't do it because this man is a former drug dealer. I mean, okay, he a drug dealer, but we're going to do the surgery. Her job is not to decide whether or not a drug dealer should receive medical help. That's not her place. And I'm like, and this is what they want people to say. Because we can, what you're asking from Mr. Ken, we can also extend that to a doctor. We can tell the doctor, oh my gosh, this man is like I don't know, this man is an evil man. Don't give him surgery. Just let him die. Being a doctor is not for you to decide who gets to live and who gets to die. When you become a doctor, you take an oath. And your oath is to render aid to people. You are a doctor. Do no harm. The Hippocratic oath, they take an oath that they're going to help people, even if that person could get up and go do a whole genocide. Because it's not your place to decide who gets to live and who gets to die. There are certain professions that come with a code of ethics. And I understand it's really hard for some Black people. Code of ethics, yes. Yes. And you would know if you had pushed yourself that far academically. Certain professions come with a code of ethics. And in that code of ethics, you can put your religion, your race, your tribe, your xenophobia, your gender. It doesn't matter. The code of ethics says if you're going to wear this robe, this is what you promise to do. This is what you swear to do. This is what you take an oath to do. That's it. That's that. So even if this man is a killer, let's even say you have a white supremacist, supreme come on the operation table. We don't get to kill him. It's up to him. If he comes back from this, if we do the operation and he comes back from this, if he still wants to be evil, it's up to him. If he wants to take this moment and say, you know what, after this to happen, my surgeons were Black and they still give me a chance to live. I want to reflect and be a better person. Like they say in Arabic, alhamdulillah. But if he doesn't want to do it, that's his dunya. That's his personal problem. That's it. That's that. And too many Black people are too emotional. And that's why it's really hard to do business with Black people. You're too emotional. And it's truly an indictment on your intelligence because highly emotional people tend to not truly be highly intelligent. Highly intelligent people pursue the truth, pursue the facts, irrespective of how they feel. That you got to get to a certain age where you stop being led by how you feel and you are led by what you can actually prove. If you can't prove it, move on. Move on. There's always another fight. There's always another fight tomorrow. Yeah, it's too much. It's exhausting. Like, they don't even know. This man, he has the student loan. He has a mortgage. White wife, it doesn't matter. Black wife, it don't matter. He has a family to provide for. So you're saying, oh, don't take Mr. Chow. Okay. Can you give him a case comparable to Mr. Chow? No. So just don't take the case and starve. That's it. Right? And he should just sit there and hope that somebody else walks to the door. Yeah, the fuck right. Say the same thing to Jay-Z. Go tell Beyonce the same thing.
You to not only his state, but to people of other races.
It's ridiculous.
A lot of times, Black people like him feel like there is nothing to be gained in Black America for the most part. And if you deal with them, it's hard to deal with them. It's hard to get money. As clients, they're hard to deal with. I can't really get my money off. So I need to go where the clients are that are willing to pay. Because I'm actually in the business. And you know what? I don't owe you anything as a Black person. I mean, we can kind of see that because of who his wife is, right? And then once somebody...
And that's also very disgusting. That's disgusting, O'Shea. You're a xenophobe. So he doesn't owe anything to Black people because he picked a white wife, so therefore it makes him race disloyal. You, O'Shea, you've been making content for over 14 years. You've never done a YouTube academy to help any other Black American person start a YouTube channel. You've never given advice to any Black American person here on how to start a channel, what to do, how to stream, this, and that, right? Where is your loyalty? For as long as you've done YouTube and you've made AdSense money, show me one Black American person that you gave your AdSense money to. You're sitting there in Uganda. God knows how you spend your money in Uganda, right? How do you invest in Black America all the way from Uganda? Okay? You are not any more race loyal than this man. At least he has a wife. You have no wife. So even if the kids are biracial, at least they have Black. Where are your children? Where is your wife? Okay? What have you built? You have a struggling ass YouTube channel and you want to speak on one of the best top wanted lawyers in the damn North Carolina who happens to be Black. You and this man are nowhere near equals. Like, you have to yap on YouTube like a little goofy ass person to make some money. You chase every story. You chase everything. This man is actually a licensed professional. Okay, who can make 100,000 plus per case? Can you even make 100,000 plus a YouTube channel? Like, go sit down somewhere. You grown ass men who do YouTube for a living, you're a bunch of losers. You are truly a bunch of losers. Like this, like even creating content the way that you do, does it require a license? Do you have to go to school for this? What actual skills do you need to do this? Anyone can do this stupid shit, and that's why today there's so much trash content on YouTube because it's now a mediocre people sport. It's a sport for mediocre people. There are barely any intelligent people on YouTube who create content that forces people to think. People don't know how to think no more because all the content they're being fed is just to make them feel good about themselves. It has turned into a mediocre sport. They're like this, like you go on YouTube, there's nothing to watch because most content is bullshit. Just goofy ass commentary, silly commentary, unsubstantiated commentary just to make a little bit of quick money, a little $300, a little $200. Okay, no, they're real losers, Kevin. And I'm glad you're starting to see it. I'm glad you're starting to see it. But I'm like, when has O'Shea ever done a YouTube Academy to help anybody? They never help people. They think, all I gotta say is I'm pro-Black, I'm pro-Black American, I'm an FBA, get out of here. Anybody can say that shit. What doors have you opened? How many people have you helped to start a YouTube channel? How many people you helped to start a YouTube channel that can say, hey, because of O'Shea, not only do I have a YouTube channel, but I make like $5,000 a month. You have helped no one. You might have given Kevin Samuels a shout out, but at the end of the day, also Kevin made himself. He made himself. You have no academy. You don't help anybody. Even the people who edit your videos, they're back in Uganda. Your video editors are from Uganda, right? You have not a single job for Black American people with your YouTube channel. So you're not any more race loyal. You have no wife. Why don't you come here and get a wife? No, you're in Uganda having sex with the girls in Uganda, and you want to sit on your channel and posture as somebody who's so pro-Black, so FBA. Shut up, you're a grifter. You are lying-ass grifter. You are a grift. This is nothing but a grift to y'all. Don't judge nobody. Because I'm like, hey, baby, even Mr. Kent, you have no idea who Mr. Kent is. You don't know his life. You have not. You live in Rwanda. You live all the way in East Africa. Do you know his reputation with Black America in North Carolina? Because y'all swear, because y'all mad on social media, that people locally are mad with him. I don't think they're mad. That's why he got on and told y'all. Because whatever y'all do on the internet, it don't affect how he live. As long as the people where he is in North Carolina don't have an issue with him, no one cares. Y'all swear because y'all mad on the internet that the entire world is mad. No one cares. This shit ain't real. Social media ain't real. And that's what Kanye told y'all. Y'all can't cancel no one. You don't know what he has, what kind of stones he laid in his community. You don't know who he is. If it was not for this case, y'all would not even care about Mr. Kent. But because you don't like the outcome, you want to destroy a Black man that you never helped, not a day in your life. You people are wicked. You are truly wicked. You are so wicked. And if you can do that to another Black American person, and then you're going to say, the African braiders. You want to destroy an entire Black American lawyer. Do you even know if America even has enough Black lawyers, right? Does America have enough Black lawyers for you to try to destroy a criminal lawyer? As if you going to come out here and be a criminal lawyer with your dumb ass. Like, they swear it's so easy. Yeah. If you think it's so easy to be a criminal lawyer, why aren't you one? Why aren't you one? They swear anybody can just go to law school and just do all this stuff. It's so fucking hard. Have you done it? Have you done it? No, they don't want to do shit. They don't want to compete. They don't want to go to grad school. They don't want to be lawyers because it's a real sacrifice. It is so hard. Even Esther becoming a doctor, Ruth became a doctor. It was so hard. It was so long. It's not even the work. It's just like you just have to endure so many years of schooling, tests, quizzes, this, and that. They sit on YouTube. They make mediocre content, chasing $100, $200 per video, and they sit here like they're doing something for Black people. You think misinforming Black people is you helping Black people? You make people dumber. That's just wickedness. You're wicked people.
Deals in interracial relationships, the way that I look at it is that I had a conscious choice to deal with somebody Black. That's not what I want, or that's not what I really value.
What does his relation?
So I'm dating somebody over in the community. I don't care what you say.
Boy, shut up. What does he and dating some got to do with nothing?
Community.
You just mad because you O'Shea, if you wanted a white girl, could you even get one? Okay? You are in Uganda. Okay? So be quiet. You sound like a hater. Exactly. It's so evil. Like, what the heck? They have no smoke for the actual prosecutor who used the wrong charge. No, let's go attack Mr. Kent. It's disgusting. It is truly disgusting. It is so disgusting. But these are the same people who say, oh, Africans don't like Black Americans. Oh, you love a Black American man so much that you're doing a whole video to destroy him because he knows what he's doing. They want people to go on his Yelp page and fuck him up. They want people to go on his Google page and fuck him up. This is that white supremacist behavior. It's the same way they went and harassed. They were harassing the white man from Go to take down Carmelo's fundraiser. They were harassing him. But that white man, he stood like, no, stop. Because I let Daniel Penny, I let Kyle Rittenhouse. Why I can't let Carmelo? Because per the Constitution, you are innocent to proven guilty. But these people are just Black supremacists. They're like the Black version of racist white people. He wants people to go on that man's the Yelp page and his Google page and just fuck his shit up with a bunch of fake ass 1-star review. But tomorrow you'll be back here tomorrow talking about, oh, the African braiders did this to a Black American person, African braiders. But he knows what he's doing. His mens rea, he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Okay, no, they really are the Black MAGA. He knows what he's doing. He wants the people to be so enraged. And that's why he's misrepresenting things. He is grossly misrepresenting things. And when he shows the white women, because he knows Black American women, that is their trigger. Now, you can even leave a Black American woman with a child. She won't get as triggered as to see a random man she had never met with a white woman. That triggers her more than the baby daddy who has neglected her. Like, it's a sickness. It truly is a sickness. This obsession with who people are dating, who people are marrying, like you never were going to meet that man anyways. Just like with Jonathan Majors. It's very sick to me to have so much hatred for who somebody chose when in your entire life, y'all had no chance of bumping into each other. Right? Even me, Marlene, why would I be mad at Mr. Kent? We're never going to meet. We were never going to meet. So if I'm never going to meet anybody, why would I be mad that he chose a white woman? Ain't my problem. They get so triggered. Oh, he married a white woman. What about the man who abandoned you with the child? Where is your energy for that man? Focus on your own man. Okay? Don't worry about that man, sis. Don't worry about the man. He knows what he's doing. And that way, they're going to go on his Yelp. They're going to go on his Google review page, his own people. And then if tomorrow Mr. Kent says, I can't stand Black people. Oh, you see, we knew he was a white supremacist. We knew he was a coon, right? This is what they do. They bully people like that. You do nothing to these people, but they come and find a way to dislike you and to go fuck up your name and fuck up your brand. And then if you say, because of that behavior moving forward, I will no longer deal with Black people. Oh, we knew it. We already knew. This is mental. This is a mental disease. It truly is a mental disease. It's not okay. Because like I said, Mike Howard, he's also white. He lives in Dallas, Texas. And do you not think that Mike Howard also was being threatened for helping Carmelo? Okay, it goes both ways. Hold on. This is so disgusting. That's why I hate this whole blackity black movement. Like, it is so racist. It's just so disgusting, right? Here's Mac Howard too. You don't think that this man also probably got threatened for defending Carmelo? He is white. I'm sure his wife is white. I'm sure his kids are white. Do you know maybe he also got threatened? But you see, he still took on the case. He did not abandon Carmelo. But after the case, he's still going to live there. If Carmelo will get acquitted, but you get my point, right? He's still going to have to live there. He didn't turn his back on Carmelo. And you're asking Mr. Ken to do what Mr. Mike didn't do. But what if this Mike man said the same thing to Carmelo? Listen, I'm black, you're black, I'm white. The kid who died is white. I can't represent you. How would that make you exactly? How would that make you feel? It's disgusting. It is truly disgusting. That's why I don't fuck with this FBA movement. Because I'm like, you scoured high and low. And this FBA movement, I see no shape or form of any type of remote intellect. It's all hate, xenophobia. There's nothing about this FBA movement that gives people who are actually intelligent, logical, and coherent. It's all hatred through and through. Like, it's insane. This is so disgusting. It is utterly disgusting. I mean, that's fine. That's what you want to be that. But just know it's disgusting. That's just crazy. There are a bunch of people who represent people that their community don't want them to represent. But you have to do it because that is your duty. And we should commend people like that for not giving into tribal pressure and actually being an officer of the court or being a doctor or being whatever. You are crazy. You are truly crazy. It's so disgusting. It's truly disgusting. And nothing's gonna happen to Mr. Ken. Nothing will happen to him. And
then you get a lot of black people like him says, what community? Or F the community? Or what is the community doing for me?
When did he say that? You're putting words in his mouth. Mike, Mr. Ken, sue him. Sue him. Where did the man say F the community? Where did the man say, what did the community do for me? I think a lot of you YouTuber people, you need to be sued. You truly need to be sued because the First Amendment does not cover libel and slander. You can't just use your mouth and just say whatever. And Mr. Ken, if you see this video, you need to sue O'Shea. Sue him. If you reach out to YouTube, don't give you his address. You just sue him. Because where did this man say F the community, F black people, what have you done for me? Where did he say that? These are your words, O'Shea. And you're putting your words on this man because you want evil to happen to this man because you're struggling financially. Only broke-ass people need to slander a man, claim he said things he had never said because you're trying to prove that you're pro-black, you're pro-broke. You are a broke-ass dude with no education to speak of. As long as I've known you from who wants to go live in Romania? Romania. From Romania to Uganda. You can't even afford to live in Nigeria. You can't even afford to live in South Africa. Like, how bad are you doing financially? Okay? Uganda, of all the places you could have chosen, not even Kenya, you chose Uganda. You can't even afford to live in Nairobi. For real? You are insane. This man never said that. You are saying that because you want to bring harm to this man. And these are the same people who will tell you, oh, look out for the Africans. Look out for the Africans. They hate us. They hate us. What are you doing now? I don't know what he is, but he's not practicing. He's not practicing nothing. Are you actually sure he finished his studies? He don't practice it. He's not a doctor. He does not practice. I have never seen this man practice medicine. And I'm not even sure he actually finished his studies. He probably failed. This is what he does all day. Celebrity junk. He has another channel called King, whatever. This is what he does all day. A grown-ass man who is not married, spends his time talking about how he has sex in Uganda, and all he does is make this cheap-ass, stupid-ass content all day. This man, he don't have the brain power to be a doctor. So maybe he went to Romania because he thought since it's Romania, it was going to be easier to be a doctor. And he probably realized that in Eastern Europe over there, people study really, really hard, and he didn't have what it takes. So that's why now he lives in Uganda. Even in Uganda, he's not even doing medicine. He's doing he's doing like pop the balloon in Rwanda. He has a pop the balloon version in Rwanda. He does nothing with medicine. And I don't think he graduated because it doesn't give intelligence at all. It doesn't give. It's really stupid.
And now when a person like that asks that question to the black community, and it's a resounding,
shut up,
come and get it from you. They just come and remove that person that you didn't think was going to become somebody. We're going to talk about something else that's important here. A lot of black men, especially the black American men, who might seem a little bit corny, who might seem a little bit.
Shut up. You're saying all kinds of stupid shit. You're really stupid. What else what's going on here? Let me see this. He's also, it's just like, you see, I swear it's hard because everywhere.
Stuff like this.
They're all grifters. They are truly all grifters. He's also a grifter. So He hates himself. This guy here, he hates himself. You guys, that's really hard. YouTube is gone. YouTube has turned into a cesspool of mediocre content creators who do the least amount of work, the least amount of research, because they know if I can make a video that encourages people to be hateful, I'm going to have views. If I can make a video where I turn anyone into a villain and I encourage people just to start punching down on that person, I'm going to get the views that I want. It's disgusting. It is truly disgusting. So many content creators, watch carefully, right? Watch a lot of content now. It's all dehumanization. Everybody just wants to dehumanize people because the goal is you find your target. So his target is Black people. Everything Black people do, especially Black American, is bad. Everything is bad. There's never a single good Black American person, right? That's his grift. So on his channel, white people get to go there and just start punching down on Black people, right? Then you have people like the what's it called? Chantel, even Kendra G, whatever, right? Their content, or even Didi also, their content is the Black American woman and how she's so bad at picking a man. She's so bad with all the kids that she has about all these men. And you just make her look as crazy, as stupid, as promiscuous, as careless as possible. Then you invite people to punch down and just make fun of her, right? You go over there to this channel, you find Black people who have white wives or white husbands, and then you just encourage people to just start punching down. This is what content now has turned into, right? This is truly what content has turned into. People do not have nuance. People do not show the good and bad of all people. People do not find ways to talk about real complex issues that do not have simple answers, right? Just come to my channel and over here, you can do whatever you want, say whatever you want, and just abuse people, dehumanize people, make fun of people, beat down people. It's truly disgusting. It is truly disgusting. Because, you know, if you have a channel where you are balanced, like, hey, Mr. Ken, he did this really good, but he also probably could have worked on this, right? If you humanize Mr. Ken, you're not going to get views because people are mad. And instead of actually taking the time to understand the legal system and understand who had the burden of proof to get Mr. Chow convicted, right? No, I don't want to know. I don't want to understand. I just want to be mad. I want to cuss somebody out. I want to punch somebody down. I want to wish harm on someone. So make it easy for me to feel good enough or to feel validated to just abuse another human being that has done nothing to me. It's really, really disgusting. And this is what most people now just engage in so freely on social media, dehumanizing people they do not like. White people dehumanize Black people. Black people dehumanize white people. And also some Black people dehumanize other Black people. Some Black women dehumanize other Black women. Like, it's just like, this is what it is now. How can I dehumanize people? How can I make people not be people and give reasons to my tribe to just start acting a fool on these people? It's disgusting. It is truly disgusting. And the older I get, the less and less content creation appeals to me because people are just so disgusting. If you don't speak hatred or help them to feel justified in being hateful, they think it's weird. No, you're weird. You have coal. Instead of having a heart, an actual heart made of flesh, you have coal instead of a heart. It's not normal to just go through life seeking to hate people. It's a mental health issue. You have a mental illness. It's not normal. I need to hate someone, blame someone. You're mentally ill. You need to go get some help. It's not normal. It's truly not normal. You're not perfect. You're not innocent. Your hands are not free, clean. We've all done some stuff. Everybody has done some stuff. But just going around scouring the internet, looking for a safe space for your hatred, for your vitriol, for against people that you've never met who haven't done anything to you. Because you've heard a story and now you want to posture as self-righteous and just join a mob and just go beat down on someone that you've never even met. Like Mr. Kent, it's really possible that if you meet this man, he's actually pretty cool. You haven't met this man. But because you think he did something you don't like, no, you don't understand the process because you're ignorant. So go gain some knowledge. That's it. But it's very possible that this man is a pretty cool man. You've never met him. But let's find a way to go ruin his life. That is disgusting. And that's why I have a hard time with most American people. I truly do. It's a country where people here are too hateful. Native-born American people to me are just too hateful. Just too hateful. Too much hatred. Too much hatred. It's truly sick, Kevin. It's sick. You never met someone, you never sat down with someone, you just hearing how other people feel about this man, and then you start to take on their feelings, and then you start to hate the man. Have you ever met the man? Do you know the man? No. But since they hate him, they're being mean to him, I want to do it too. You're sick, and not just that, you're a coward. It's cowardly people who run behind people to go attack, defame, hurt, insult people that have never hurt you. He's never hurt you. You don't like his job? Oh, well. He don't like your weight. Get into it. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. But this guy, this one's also really crazy. So like these girls here, like they were calling, hold on, let me see this point.
A series of Black Wall Street Zooms that is free, that is for everybody in the Black community that can come and start learning about resources in your area for you to support your own people.
Boy. So, y'all continue our coverage of the Black liberal.
So these girls here, they started calling like Asian restaurants to place to-go orders that they don't intend on picking up. I guess the goal is to call businesses, Asian businesses, and to flood them with orders. But I'm like, in the greater scheme of things, what does that do? What does that fix? And I'm like, okay, if now you start a trend where Black Americans are calling Asian restaurants and placing orders that they have no intent on picking up, this is a waste of food. There are people who are starving. There are people who, I mean, like, it's and you want me to believe that you're doing this for Cyprus. So because you cared so much about Cyprus, you're calling all these Asian restaurants, you ordering food that is just going to go to waste when people are starving. And then in the bigger scheme of things, what does that do? And when people start taking these videos and making more content to justify Black fatigue, you're going to be hurt. When Asian businesses start to have certain attitudes towards Black American patrons, you're going to say, I don't know why they're doing this. I don't know why they're doing this. In the long term, even the short term, what does that do? Does that bring Cyprus back? No. Is that going to reverse the verdict? No. What are you doing? What are you doing? And this is how you think people are going to say, oh, wow, Black Americans are so smart. They're so intelligent. They're so this, they're so that. No. You want respect, but look at how people are behaving. And there's no one saying, y'all do not do this. What does this solve? It won't bring the boy back. It will not reverse the verdict. It's over. But what you're doing here right now is going to cause irreparable damage to your identity, to your image. And when more people do not want to serve as Black Americans, do not be surprised. Do not be surprised. It's insane. Yeah, like it's truly insane. I'm like, what does it solve? And this is not how you honor this young man. If you really care about this young man and his memory, you're not going to do stuff like that. Because what does that solve? It's better to put money together and have like some kind of scholarship program for him or something meaningful, right? But you're calling restaurants, placing orders, flooding these Asian restaurants. Okay, and long-term what? And what if this is something also that's a criminal charge? Because I don't know. They might criminally charge you. I don't know. But you record yourself doing this and you post this on the net without even knowing the local laws in your state. But if they come and snatch you up because you even are recording yourself doing foolishness, you're going to say, oh, because you're Black. No, because you're a fool. You're very silly. People love to, it's a culture here. People love to record themselves while committing crimes. This is insanity. But I'm like, long term, what does this solve? The boy's not coming back. Mr. Chow's not going to prison. This is really insane. It's truly insane.
Hi, can I place a pickup order? 313. Okay. A large order of sweet and sour chicken. Okay. Garlic fried shrimp. Garlic what? The garlic shrimp. Garlic shrimp? Yes. Okay, a quart? Yes, a quart. Garlic shrimp, a quart. Okay, anything else? Yes, can I also get your beef and broccoli? First. So 8 pieces for one order. How many? I want 3 of them. Yes, I want 24 in total.
It's about to work.
Anything else? Nope, that'll be it.
Okay, so the shrimp fried rice, sour chicken, garlic shrimp, and 3 orders per person.
Yes.
So you know Gilead, right? The on sale in Canton.
Yes, I know where you're located.
Behind the Racing King, you know, right?
Yes, can I get the total?
The total is $74.25.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, y'all. So far, we can call 2 places. One of the totals is about $52. Next is $72. Let's try to get 100. Let's do bulk orders, okay? The extra big pan fried rice, 50 sweet and sour chickens.
But for caterer orders, they might try to make you order.
What we gonna try to do? Like,
Look, see, this is for Cyrus.
Just but I ain't know the man got off. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Did you even ask his mom if this is how she wants you to play with her son's name? Like, you taking somebody's son is dead, and you're using his name to play stupid games like that. Even the mom, did you send her money? If the family has a GoFundMe, did you send money? Of course not. Oh, we're running pranks on behalf of Cypress. No, don't use his name. If you're a criminal, just be a criminal in peace. Don't take his name. Like, I'm like this is yeah, they just love chaos. How does this help the family? Does his mother told you could do stuff like that with her child's name? His mother told you that. His daddy said, oh yeah, it's okay. Do this in my son's name. You people are a bunch of knuckleheads. They're truly a bunch of knuckleheads. Like, what does this do? And then the thing is, they're posting this on social media where they know a lot of white people who are racist are going to take these videos and say, oh, look at these monkeys. Look at this. Look at that. And they'll be like, oh, I'm so offended. I'm so offended. You're recording yourself doing stupid shit. You're recording yourself doing something extremely stupid. And then you're posting this on TikTok where anybody can download the video and run to YouTube and do commentary on your behavior. And they're not going to hold YouTube people accountable. They're going to say, look at these black women doing X, Y, and Z. Right? How, like, what are you doing? Truly honest what you're doing. It's like there's no thought to stuff. Oh, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. Everything that goes to your stupid brain shouldn't be executed. You're not that smart. You are truly not that smart. This is just insanity. What is this?
Pickup order?
Yes, sir. What would you like?
Can I get your catering size of sweet and sour chicken?
Sorry. What kind of chicken did you say?
The catering size, like enough for 8 people?
Oh, okay, the party tray.
There we go, yes.
Okay, sure.
And then
You want the fried rice or the white rice with that?
can I do both?
Yeah, sure.
I'm okay with upcharge.
We can split it. We do
Okay.
white and fried rice.
Then can I get your beef and mixed vegetables party size?
Beef mixed vegetable?
Yes. Steak cow. And can you do both split rice for those as well? And that'll be it?
I'm sorry, what about the bacon?
Yeah, I want one of those 2 party size.
Party tray?
Yes.
So you want 4 party trays altogether?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Can I get the total and how long it'll take before I pick it up?
Yeah, just a minute. It was $219.21.
Okay, how long will it take?
Oh yeah, 20 minutes, 25 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'll be there shortly.
Can I have a name to put on this, please?
Cam?
Cam?
Yes, CAM.
Okay. Can I have a phone number too, please?
734.
The fact that none of them are asking for no car information.
Y'all can make the food all day. It was never picked up. For you, Simon.
Because what? Yeah. All right, I think we doing pretty good. Well, how much we got on in total? We got like Chinese food cooking right now.
Yeah, we got about 3-4 hours worth. China chef. Fuck you.
This girl done got about 5 cans of Chinese food.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Disclaimer, I did not put those smoke detector beeping sounds in the video. I didn't do that. I just found a raw video, and apparently
as criminal defense attorneys, we represent the Constitution, we represent individuals. And so when people say comments to me, and I've heard a lot of them, like, you didn't have to take this one. Well, I don't have to pay my mortgage either, but if you don't, they end up taking that from you. When the individual came to me and requested representation, that's the second thing. Oh, you're just a token. You were just put on the team because you're black. I'm pretty fucking good at what I do, and I find it insulting.
That's very insulting. You see? But if Charlie Kirk had said to this man, they only hired you because you're black, they would have been offended. Oh, he's racist. But because I'm black and I'm in my feelings, I get to tell this man, oh, you're only there because you're black. How is that okay? Like, this is just, that's how I have a hard time taking people seriously. And I even said after the Mello case, like, once Mello's acquitted, I'm out. Like, people are just too mentally unstable for me, right? So it's, oh, I'm black, so I can tell you that you're only there because you're a token. That's extremely offensive. Did you spar with this man in law school? Were you in his law school? Y'all competed together? You don't know nothing about this man. You've never looked at his cases. You've never read any of his cases. You never even went and got any of the transcripts for any of his cases. But because you're hurt, because you're ignorant, you're only hurt because you're ignorant. If you understand the Constitution, you're going to be hurt. Okay? You're too emotional. The law is not emotional. And that's why when you're an emotional person and you play games that are not emotional, you're always going to lose. Right? You're always going to lose. That's why sometimes I feel like when it comes to certain things, black people are behind. Because you play games that are not emotional, like games of logic. You lead with your emotions. You're going to lose. You are truly going to lose. Like chess. Chess is not a game that you play with emotions. You're going to lose. Checkers, you don't play with your emotions, right? Politics, power, like things like that. You do not lead with your emotions. You're going to lose. Would you like to lose? No. Okay, then calm down. Like it's too much. Yeah, like this is what they do. And they do it all the time. Mayel sold her business. They want to go destroy it. Honey Pot sold her business. They want to go destroy it. They're always destroying these Black people's businesses. And then they don't have any other business to replace it. That's all they do. They mad, they burn it down. They mad, they burn it down. They become these white mobs they talk about. They become the same white mobs that destroyed Tulsa, Oklahoma. Oh, I don't like what you did, burn the business down. Don't like what you did, burn the business down. It's like, oh, I don't like what you did, but let me take a step back because it might be me. It's you. It's not him. They're extremely anti-Black. They want Black people who say what they want them to say, behave how they want them to behave. They're just like white supremacists. They want you on a leash. You can't have your own mind. You can't question anything. You can't stand for yourself. It's like, you are crazy. And that's why I don't do the whole blackity, black. I am not involved in that bullshit. Your complexion, your gender, none of my concern. Let's talk about your character. Because a lot of people do not have good character. Be they Black, be they white, it doesn't matter. They do not have good character. I don't fuck with people who don't have good character. I don't care about your complexion. I don't care about your hair. Don't care about your gender, your vagina. I could care less. There are a bunch of people with vaginas that are trifling. I don't care. What is your character? And if you are like, if all you care about is how someone looks, I care about how the character. So it's a mismatch. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's insane.
That for someone who would just say the only reason somebody would ask me for representation is because I'm Black. If you check and see the things that I do, I am very damn good at what I do, and I'm a very good lawyer. And I will not apologize for being somebody when someone needs a contact and want a good lawyer. And the assumption is, which I hate, when someone says they want the best lawyer, by saying that you're saying the best lawyer can't be African American. That's disappointing on our parts. As far as the legal defense, when a person comes to us and says the following sentence, look, a gun was pointed at my son. I thought he was going to die, so I fired and shot. That was the legal defense. There was nothing creative. There was nothing tricky. There was nothing fancy. That was the legal defense. Nothing was hidden. I don't want people to say there was all this great stuff. That was the legal defense. This was presented to a jury of 12 individuals, 7 of which were minorities, who heard that legal defense and said, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't create those facts. I'm also hearing, finally, probably most importantly, that that people are saying we need to boycott Sean Kent. I'm not fucking Target. I'm not TJ Maxx. You're going to boycott me. And then someone says, we're going to boycott him and we're going to take our problem to a white lawyer. Okay, yeah, that'll show me.
Yeah, right. Just think about how ass backwards this is, right? You got all these pro-Blacks who are upset with a Black man doing his job, right? A successful Black man, a good lawyer.
There have also been some insulting.
Okay, hold on. Let's just go to his TikTok. Because Greg is annoying. Let's go.
So I just got done defending a pretty high-profile case that I think most of the world knows about. And a lot of folks have been asking a lot of questions, and usually I don't talk about the cases, but in this situation, given the negative attention and the vitriol and the racist threats and the death messages that myself and my family, I thought I'd address some things. And one of the biggest ones people have asked me is, why would you take on this representation? Now, first, I've been practicing law for over 25 years.
Wow.
Here recently and shortly, and actually throughout that entire time, I've represented 3 African-American males who are accused of raping a little white girl. I have represented an individual who was accused of killing a person, folding his body and sticking him in an abandoned building in Florence, South Carolina. I represented a young lady who was accused of killing and drowning her newborn baby. I have represented countless individuals who have been accused of criminal sexual conduct, countless individuals who have been accused of child pornography. So I represent an individual in Florence who was accused of murder, killing his rival along with his wife. who was also in the car. So there have been countless individuals who I've represented in the past. And so when someone says, why did you take this case? I don't judge. God judges. If you pick and choose who are you going to judge in your cases, it makes you ineffective of what you're doing. And so people say, why this case? Well, why not any of those ones with the outrage that has come forth? As criminal defense attorneys, we represent the Constitution. We represent individuals. And so when people say comments to me, and I've heard a lot of them like, you didn't have to take this one. Well, I don't have to pay my mortgage either. But if you don't, they end up taking that from you. When the individual came to me and requested representation, that's the second thing. Oh, you're just a token. You were just put on the team because you're black. I'm pretty fucking good at what I do. And I find insulted that for someone who would just say the only reason somebody would ask me for representation is because I'm black. If you check and see the things that I do, I am very damn good at what I do. And I'm a very good lawyer. And I will not apologize for being somebody when someone needs, they contact and want a good lawyer. And the assumption is, which I hate, when someone says they want the best lawyer, by saying that, you're saying the best lawyer can't be African American. That's disappointing on our parts. As far as the legal defense, when a person comes to us and says the following sentence, look, a gun was pointed at my son. I thought he was going to die, so I fired and shot. That was the legal defense. There was nothing creative. There was nothing tricky. There was nothing fancy. That was the legal defense. Nothing was hidden. I don't want people to say there was all this great stuff. That was the legal defense. This was presented to a jury of 12 individuals, 7 of which were minorities, who heard that legal defense and said, yeah, that makes sense. I didn't create those facts. I'm also hearing, finally, probably most importantly, that there is going to, that people are saying we need to boycott Sean Kent. I'm not fucking Target. I'm not TJ Maxx. You're going to boycott me. And then someone says, we're going to boycott him and we're going to take our problem to a white lawyer. Okay, yeah, that'll show me that we don't need him. Well, enjoy jail, enjoy prison, boycott me if you will. But I will constantly, always fight for what's right. People sending the messages, and there have been some there have been some creative messages. I guess the number one is that you have no eyebrows and stuff like that, which I know is true. So there have been some very creative messages, but there have also been some insulting ones. And there's been a lot of people who have requested phone calls, and I've talked to them. If somebody sends me a message and it's nice and polite and say, I just disagree with what you do, I picked up the phone and I've talked to them, because I do think a system works better if you have an actual intelligent conversation. I do think there are problems with the way, and let me make this clear. The state of South Carolina did everything that they needed to do in this case. They tried their damnedest to present the case that they wanted to present. There's some very good lawyers in that office who I respect tremendously, and I know they're getting a lot of hate also, which I think is unfair, because they do what they have to do, as do we, and that's what makes the system work. If we do not fight for everybody equally, then the system fails and stops to work. And so,
and the thing
I hate it, and I hate it.
And the thing that, hold on, you guys.
Diddy is going.
The thing that pisses me off too with a lot of people is that every day there are cases. There are cases every day where people are fighting to this, fighting for that, fighting for this. People don't give a fuck. People do not give a fuck. On a day-to-day basis, people don't care how the courts are working, if innocent people are being sent to prison, if guilty people are acquitted, right? They don't give a fuck. It's only when something makes it in the media. It's only when something goes viral, everybody wants to pretend to give a fuck about the courts, about this, about that. But on a day-to-day basis, you don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. If everyday people cared every single day that the justice was being rendered, things were working properly in the courts, a lot of people would not have all these guilty verdicts, or some of these plea deals would not be as outrageous as they are. We do not care. We pretend to care. And when a story gains so much public, nationwide attention, now we want to be on what we think is the right side of justice, because that's the side that everybody is taking. No, that's not how it works. Social media is full of performative people. Social media is full of performative Samaritans who want to be, look at me, I care so much, I care so much. I'm about to call this Asian restaurant. I care so. It happens every day. There are cases every day. There are murder cases every day. But notice when people care, when the person who is killed looks like him, and the person who did the killing, it's someone they do not like, right? If Austin had gotten stabbed by a white boy, they wouldn't have cared, right? But the optics, black, white, yes, now I care. Because this is a way for me to do tit for tat. This is a way for me to go argue with people I historically do not like. That's it. That's how it goes over here. When it's people who look the same, who go to court, nobody says, hey, let's make sure this goes well, right? People don't think like that. People don't care. They don't care. They do not care. They just want to make sure that the person I do not like is punished. Whether the law works or not, just punish him because I don't like you. And because I don't like you, I want to know that something is going to happen through the courts that is going to make your community be in pain. That's it. That's it. I think the white people with Carmelo, they're looking for their Derek Chauvin moment because they still mad about George Floyd, right? Over there, only God knows what they're looking for. Okay. But I'm like, it's always tit for tat, tit for tat. When people can do tit for tat, then they care about cases. But every day across this nation, there are murder trials. There are murder trials, and no one cares. You could have a whole channel where people cover murder trials going on around the country. They will not care. But the moment it looks racial-ish, now they care, right? You can't take people like that seriously. I don't take people like that seriously because there are plenty of cases that deserve just as much attention. But when the victims or the defendant, they both have the same complexion, no one cares. It has to be salacious. It has to be racial. It has to be this, it has to be that. And then people care. People do not care. They pretend to care. But when you care all the time. You don't just wait for the news to say, hey, did you know a black kid stabbed a white kid? Hey, do you know an Asian man shot a black kid for a bottle of water? Right? That's the only time people care. And that's really sad. Because as a citizen, you should care a bit more. You really should. Wouldn't hurt you. Truly would not hurt you. Where's the video again? It was like.
So I just got done defending. I hate it, and I hate it for the young man's family. I hate it for Cyrus's family. I hate it that a young man died. I 100% do. Prosecutor said some stuff that there's a lot of things he is not going to be able to experience in his life, and I fucking hate it. I can't control that part. But I do. It saddens me. It saddens me that a young life has been snuffed out entirely too early. And I think whether people believe it or not, the defendant would agree with that. He felt that he was in a situation that something had to be done or his son would be dead now. That's his position. People disagree with it, but that's his position. And a 12-member jury heard that position and said the same. So again, people who are telling me, I'm getting a lot of the last one. I can't believe you defended that racist, you fucking coon. Racist, you fucking. And you rat. And I finally figured out what those little emojis are that you're putting on my pages. I guess that's supposed to be a coon. You're a sellout, you're a racist. I'm just like, am I a sellout by showing the world that, you know what? I'm really good at what I do and I'm going to fight like crazy for you or for anyone else. And so all of the threat messages and all the other situations, I hope down the road, if you need a lawyer, someone is there for you and you get a really damn good lawyer, the best one you can be. And I hope someday we get to the point in our society where we say the best lawyers in the world have to be white and not necessarily black or people of color. We start to realize that good lawyers come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. And this is the task that we have chosen. This is the job we have chosen. This is the obligation that we have taken on. And this is one that I'll take on. I hate it though. I hate the hate, and I hate the fact that we cannot look past and realize that sometimes people can be good lawyers and still good people. So maybe we'll do a live if anyone thinks that's necessary. And by the way, put your hate comments. Tell me how much of a piece of shit I am. Tell me how bad my eyebrows, big teeth, all the other stuff. Fine, put those down there. Say all the nasty stuff you want to say. But maybe it would be interesting to have an Instagram or Facebook Live where we can take questions so people can ask questions. Because there is a lot that the world doesn't know. There's a lot that we don't know about Cyrus, Rick Chow. There's a lot that we do not know about these individuals. But if there's people who have questions about the case and the legal defense and why we did the things that we did, I'll happily answer them. Take care. So I just got done defending. Let's talk about something else. Mackenzie Sharilla's case is back in the news. We talked about it sometime.
You think there are so many cases. There are a lot of cases. There are a lot of cases.
Yesterday, I did a post about the Mackenzie Shirilla. I was asked about the Mackenzie Shirilla. Have you seen the story out of Raleigh, North Carolina? Was speaking to a local class, and the questions that you anticipate coming up came up per usual. The first one is always the same. Always. Somebody in the back. How much money you make? And I always say the same thing. Look, I don't like to discuss what I make. I'm not the type of person who likes to brag. But, you know, this is the type of industry that you get into for the love.
Emotional.
But no, that is the first question that almost always comes up. But the second one is actually the one that I find the most interesting. And it triggered a story. And what they asked was, what's your win-loss rate? Have you ever lost a case? My answer always is surprising because I say, nope. It's like, you ain't never lost? I'm like, have people I've represented gone to jail? Oh, yeah. Has a jury said guilty when I've wanted a not guilty? Oh, yeah. And they're like, well, what do you mean you've never lost? Well, one, I ain't never done a day of jail time for any client. Two, and this has happened. When you give a client advice or you get a plea offer, you ask all criminal defense lawyers will tell you the same thing. I have gotten a position where I've gone to the client and said, look, bruh, the best offer is 10 years. You need to take it. And they say, I ain't taking 10 years. I can't do 10 years. I didn't, blah, 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 blah. He's like, look, I've looked at the evidence. I've gone through everything. You're looking at 25. 10 years is a good offer. And they turn it down. That's a win to me. Once I've gotten you the best case scenario player, win. If you have chosen to ignore the advice of someone you have paid.
But you see, I said, like me, I think the problem is like you should have had a mathematical equation to show to him, like, this is why you have to take it. Because I can also see for a client, because it's very easy just you to say, oh, do 10. I get it. Like 25 years, 10 years. I get that part. You'd be like, oh, it's obvious. But he could say, I don't know. And that's why I said yesterday, I think one issue that we have with lawyers today, we have too many liberal arts people going into law. We should have more engineers becoming lawyers. Because see, me, I would have had a model for the client. Like, you see this model right here? This is it. Right? You have to tell him the odds. He has to understand the numbers. Not just your fate is 10 versus 25 or 10 versus 30, right? This is it. Now, depending, it's very possible too, you might get on a good behavior. I don't know. We can see about that, right? But mentally, you can do it. And here's why you'll be able to do it. You have to talk to him. Talk to people, because it's very emotional. And I get it. Who wants to be a property of the Bureau of Prison? But unfortunately, right? But I'm like, that's the thing. The older, when I was younger, to me, I couldn't understand why somebody would want to be a criminal defense attorney, because I used to assume that all people who were charged were guilty. I used to think like that. I was very foolish, right? But the older I've gotten, I'm like, criminal defense attorney are way more important than people realize, because there are way more innocent people getting charged with shit they didn't do than there are people that are actually guilty who are being charged. Yeah, because he's probably a liberal arts major. So it's like, oh, I looked at the evidence, but what is the model? Like, what's the confidence interval as to why he should take it? He needs to know. You can say, oh, well, you didn't listen, so no. If in your heart of heart, you know that's the best deal for him, it is your job to convince him to take that deal. Even if you have to go talk to his mother, you're going to take this fucking deal. And what you think you can, I get it, but you will do it. And here's why you will get through these 10 years. You understand? Right? That's it. Sometimes you got to smack people a little bit. His brain gonna move a little bit. It's gonna come back in the right space. Okay? But you can't just say, well, I told you didn't want it. Of course, you do this every day. The person doesn't. So they can be a bit silly sometimes. But you have to give people their odds. Because if we go, because like even when you talk to a person, you have to understand, right? There's a jury that might see it this way. There are other jurors who might see it that way. And then you have the ones that are like in between. Like, I don't know. Sometimes it looks like this, but another day it looks like that, right? It's 12 people. And if we're not able to win at least like 9, 10 of them people, it's not going to look good for you. Even psychologically, the way you look sometimes can fuck people up. And especially if you have, because, especially like here with this weird culture now, people have tattoos everywhere. I was like, yeah, they're going to think you did that shit. They're like, oh yeah, oh he looks mean. Little things like that can play on people's minds. They don't mean to, but you can't help bias. You can't help that you see what you see, right? And that's the real thing. Exactly. I don't agree with this thing. If in your heart of heart, as a professional, you know that 10 years is the best deal, and he's facing 25, and you did not get him to take that deal, you didn't do your job. You got paid all right, but you didn't do your job. Because you have to tell him, 12 people. Based on what I see, I'm telling you, I can probably only get like 5 or 6 to agree. That's not good enough. If I can only get 5 or 6 people out of 12 people, it's not worth it. If I can go up there and finesse like 10 out of 12, we outside. Otherwise, yeah, no. Okay? But I'm like, it's a real, and you have to explain the law to him, right? But I'm like, a lot of people got to get over their feelings. Marlene, if I ever become a criminal defense attorney, my case is going to be crazy. You people are like, oh, I can't believe, just like with the Diddy stuff, right? A lot of these ladies here wanted me to be like, oh yeah, Diddy this, Diddy that. Oh, shut up. Diddy was in a relationship for 10 years. In 10 years, there's only one video of you getting hit in 10 years. Yeah, right. He's a drug addict. Okay? That's it. That's that. And people have to understand. But I'm like, this brother here, if I find out he's a Libra, I am going to scream. I am going to scream. I'm like, if I find out this dude right here is a freaking Libra, I need to know your birthday. If I find out you're a Libra, I am going to scream. People have to stop. What makes you emotional does not make the next person emotional. You are obviously emotional about this. I don't know. We'll take a nap. We'll go find out this dude right here is a freaking Libra. I am going to scream. He's not emotional. He might be an air sign. You're like, what? What happened now? Oh, please. Oh, please. A lot of people are not emotional. And that's why a lot of people are not popular. Like when you look at the culture gravitates towards emotional people, verbose people. They use lots of words, right? That's why it's always a bunch of charlatans and quacks and all kinds of stuff. But it's very seldom actual professionals. Like they're Kent, what's his name? I'm like, y'all gonna find out he's a Libra. Like if you're a Libra, Kent, I am screaming. Sean Kent. I'm like, if you find out this guy right there is a Libra, it's gonna be hilarious. Okay. Criminal defense, burns or injuring white-collar crime. See, he does, bank fraud, embezzlement, extortion, wire fraud. Well, damn, brothers. Personal injury, auto accident, dog bites, motorcycle accident, slip and fall, truck accident, workers' compensation, and workful debt. Oh, wow. So see, look at all these people he has to pay. Attorneys he has to pay. Yeah, I gotta pay all these. He has to pay all these people. So that's that. And also, August. Oh, he's a Virgo. Oh well. Oh, you know you're gonna make his money. Yeah, Earth sign. You're gonna make his money. He is gonna make his money. All right. Okay, good. I'm like, Ken, are you a lawyer? Are you a Libra by any chance? This is too funny. This is just. I'm like, people gotta stop being so emotional like this. It's overwhelming. Me, honestly, I don't think they should have charged this man with first-degree murder. Now, I saw this one over here, too. This sister here, too.
Rick Chow got off, was acquitted by saying rest in peace to Cyrus Carmack Belton, who was unalived by Rick Chow. And Rick Chow got off, was acquitted.
Even the way she said this is like, it's incendiary. Oh, he got off. Y'all just want people to be in the rage, right? He was acquitted. So at the end of the day, the prosecution did not meet the burden of proof. They didn't do it. Yeah, he is crazy. He is crazy. He is insane. Sean, you need help. You need Jesus. He is crazy. And people have to know that. There are a lot of people who give no fucks. Like, what makes you emotional? It doesn't make them emotional. Because you are looking at this from an emotional perspective. You are too emotional. You see? And I don't even want to say something. I'm not even trying to say something like to sound mean or whatever, because I'm not trying to be mean. But I feel like maybe that's why too, when it comes to certain people, yeah, I feel like maybe when it comes to certain people of a certain caliber, they choose not to marry Black women. Because I think on average, Black women are just too emotional. They're just too emotional. If you marry, and they want to marry all these like really rich, successful people, very successful people are not emotional people. If you notice, like the more a person makes money, like if you look carefully, right? If you find somebody who's very successful, they're usually very driven. Driven people, it's not like, oh, because I felt like it, because I want to. They just do it. They just do it. If they have to work out, they just work out. If they have to wake up at 5, they just wake up at 5. It's not because they want to do it. It's not because they like to do it. They're just going to do it. You know, that's a big thing about successful people. They are extremely driven, right? Whereas like you have a lot of people say, oh, I'll wait until I feel like it. I do it when I want to do it. I'm just not in the mood right now. No problem. But most likely you're not going to be successful in life. And most likely you're not going to be a rich person in life, right? But I think a lot of successful people, you want to marry a woman who allows you to do what you do best. And if every day, everything got to be an emotional conversation, emotional this, emotional that, yeah, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work. Some people need a lot. Some people need stoic people in their lives. Some people also want to be with people who challenge them intellectually. Not say, oh, you hurt my feelings. You hurt my feelings. My feelings are hurt. My feelings are hurt. It's like, but why are your feelings hurt? Why are your feelings always hurt? You need to work on that, right? It's a real thing. And that's what I'm starting to notice. Like, when you get to a certain caliber of men, you cannot be an emotional, like, I'm not saying don't have any emotions at all, but always like being led by your emotions like that, it's really, really draining. Like, I'm a woman, I guess I'm a little different, but as a woman too, like people who are too emotional, people who are too needy, me personally, it drains me. It really drains me. There was almost like a situation today, and I'm like, ladies, like, y'all need to stop all this fighting stuff. Like, you get to a certain age, you're done with the beef, the trauma, this, because it's truly draining. And honestly, it produces nothing. Drama, beef, fighting, diss records, this, and that, back and forth, it produces nothing of value. And you get to a certain age and you say to yourself, whoa, I don't have time for this, because it produces nothing of value. So I don't want it in my life, okay? Just don't want it. But it's not okay to say, oh, he just got off. He didn't just get off. He got acquitted. Use the right terminology. Stop trying to trigger people.
Already hot about that, okay? That is the springboard with a lot of the reason why there's so much outrage by the Black community, and why a lot of people in the Black community are saying we're boycotting Chinese businesses. All right.
Just wanted to give y'all a friendly update. Cajuns is slow. It is at lunchtime. People are not playing about boycotting right now. I do love Cajuns, but I'm a boycott with my people. I've had no bad experiences there, and this whole strip is still slow. Y'all think it's a game. Y'all better wake the fuck up. Okay. Very, very slow. Y'all know this strip usually be packed.
Y'all come with me on this good Saturday morning, and let's see how this Asian beauty store, nail store, food store boycott is going, since they dared us, since they say they want to see us not support them, since we need them so much. This is what I saw at the first stop. They standing outside. They like, where the Black people at? So I rolled over to the next place where I usually shop here. I'm not even gonna lie, this is my favorite place for the last 10 years. But let me show you, this is not normal on a Saturday morning. No, ma'am. All of that over there is usually filled, okay?
I mean, I saw this. I see these videos about like, oh, we're going to boycott Asian businesses. I mean, you can boycott them for a day. You can boycott them for a week. But can you boycott them for 5 years? Can you do so for 10 years? Because even the Target boycott, what happened with that? What did you get out of that? Like, boycotting for the sake of boycott, it's so crazy to me. You boycott in order to do what? What are you trying to prove? And what are you trying to achieve? Because I'm like, anybody can boycott anybody for a day, for a week, even for like a few months. But eventually, let's assume that these businesses, I think the goal is like, you want financial collapse for these businesses. Okay, let's assume these Chinese businesses go out of business. And then what? Are the whites going to come in and open businesses? No. The Jews going to come and open businesses? No. Target? No. Like, who else is going to replace these people? Right? I don't know how people don't think about, if we do this, then what? What's your then what? Because who's going to replace these people? Right? And if you successfully manage to close all these Asian shops, right, you're hurting yourself as well. Because especially if you happen to own a home, I don't know, but if you own a home, your property value is based on like retail, if it's walkable, this, and that. So when you destroy local businesses that bring foot traffic, help to increase your property value, right, you're hurting yourself. You are truly hurting yourself. Because if they close, okay, you might be happy, okay, but long term, you're also going to have to drive further down to look for another business. So like long term, I don't see what this does, but this is what you do when you are emotional. Emotional people just want to like throw all kinds of tantrums because, oh, I'm so mad right now. Okay, you're mad right now. But what about 2 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now? I don't think people should start stuff they can't finish. I don't even think people should start stuff they can't sustain. And I don't think you should do stuff where in order to stab someone, you have to stab yourself too. That's very silly to me. These people did nothing to you, right? But let's assume you're successful and you get all these Asian businesses to close in predominantly Black neighborhoods. Who is going to come in there? Who's going to come in and fill these places up? Who's going to come and fill up these retail stores? And let's not act like these Asian businesses do not also have Black workers in there. So I don't know, like, I really don't know how that works. Oh, I'm going to destroy the Asian business, even though I know they hire Black people because I'm mad at this one Black person. So in order to be mad for one Black person, you hurt other Black people. I don't know how this stuff works. I really don't get it. Yeah, like they don't think long term. Because I don't know. I'm like, if these businesses been here for 10, 20 years, whatever, and you know that you like to go there, it's your favorite. Okay. I'm like, you might be mad for a week, but you'll go back. And let's say you never go back. And they actually suffer like irreparable financial harm. Okay. Once they vacate their retail space, right? Who's going to come back and take their space? Because you know the whites are not coming to open businesses. They've left these neighborhoods a long time ago. They're not coming back, right? Who else going to come? The Jews? No. Who else? Arabs? No. Who else? Right? Asian people are like the last people to try to have businesses in predominantly Black American neighborhood. Everybody else does not want to have a business there. Right? So it's like, if you don't know who else is going to take their place, I don't think it's very prudent to try to cause these people irreparable financial harm because you'll hurt yourself and your property values are going to go down. I don't think Indians will too, because if you don't like the Asians, the Indians are also South Asians. But if Indians see you doing that, what would they do? Like, oh no, thank you, I don't want to do it. Right? And I'm like, and also they're not going to do it too. But even African people, Kevin, the thing about African people, like African people too, listen, we gotta be honest too, right? African people, the vast majority of African people in America, they work a job. They're not business minded. Like if you look carefully at like all African people, Kevin, there's usually Ghanaians that open businesses. Even Nigerians don't open businesses like that because Nigerians love to work in an office. They want to be doctors, accountants, and they are office people. They like the fanciness of being in an office, right? But if you like, I'll tell you, like West African people, it's mostly Ghanaians. Like a Ghanaian people, they'll have an African food store, but they also don't have businesses that scale like that. African people do not have that kind of money to be opening up businesses like where you can pay for retail. They don't have that kind of stuff. Retail is expensive. Commercial, like leasing commercial buildings is expensive. They don't have it. Asian people have a culture of having businesses. Indians have a culture of having businesses. It's a cultural thing, Kev. It's not a random thing. Exactly. But like, if I don't know about the other African people, but if I speak about West African people, they like to be in an office. They don't like to run businesses. Most Nigerians have office jobs, doctors, nurses. They are in an actual office where they get a paycheck. Now, they might have a high paycheck, but it's not a people who like to open businesses. Ghanaians usually will have like 1 or 2 businesses, but it's usually like an Ghanaian African store for food, like a little grocery store. But it's never. I have yet to see one that's like super big, like an H Mart, right? But like when you look at Asian people, be they Asian or South Asian, like they really have a culture of small businesses. They're really good at that. It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural thing, right? Some people are really good at having small businesses and living on really small margins like that. They're good at that. But I'm like, no, they don't have it. Let's not lie. So I'm like, and no African also coming up there and taking over. Exactly. Exactly. Latinos will have, like, if they have a business, at most it's a restaurant or it's a grocery store. Restaurant or grocery store. But like, oh, like dry cleaner, Mexican that are dry cleaners, Latino dry cleaners, you ain't gonna see that. Right? They're also not a very big, like, if they do, it's like landscaping, like stuff around like house stuff, like construction stuff. But it's not like a retail space kind of people. That's not their culture. That's not their culture. They don't have the culture of that. So I'm like, you hurt these people, and if they go out of business, the Africans ain't got no money. I'm telling you, even braiding shops, most braiding shops are really small. So I'm like, they don't hire lots of people like that, right? We just don't have a culture of having businesses. So do not rely on the Africans. And the Indians, they could say, hey, if this happened to the Asian people, we don't want, like, it's too risky. So they might not do it. So then who's going to come take their place? You got to think about what you're doing long term.
It's even usually going into other people's parking spaces, businesses' parking spaces. This is not normal, y'all. So good job, good job. Even the nail salon down the street is empty. It was a few coons in there, but for the most part, empty. We need to.
Yeah, but it's empty for now. Is it going to be empty by next month? Is it going to be always empty? Which is fine. But you still need to get your nails done. So where are you going to go? That's the thing. These people are so silly, right? When you want to boycott someone, you better make sure you have a replacement, right? But that's because in America, it's the Asian people who have this nail game on lock. The Vietnamese it's a monopoly for Vietnamese people. So at this rate, who's going to do your nails, right? Like the designs that you want, the way that you want. Like it's just not, because, oh, shit. This is why I say, like, it really comes down to what's going on here. There was this video here. Let me show you this video here, right? Let me see. Hold on. Because I'm like, at this rate, this is very toxic behavior. I think it's very toxic to me. Very, very toxic to me. This is some toxic stuff.
Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well.
Yes.
Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made in? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are not neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty-ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott Asian business. I'm all for it.
Did he just really challenge people, of black people in particular? Did he just challenge us to a
But Phil is very stupid. He's a stupid ass dude with a heavy ass tongue he can't pick up out his mouth. Phil, even Trump trying to boycott the Chinese, he had to walk back the tariffs. I don't know what kind of ethnic bubble some people live in. Chinese Asian people are extremely needed. He is very, very stupid. He is a stupid man. And he does such a disservice. I'm like, even Donald Trump, you feel you weren't president when Trump trying to put all of the tariffs on the Asian people, the Chinese people. What happened? Even Trump had to walk it back. So if Trump had to walk it back, you think you and your Black American community, y'all can do something that even Trump had to regret later on? Like, these people are all over. They're all over. They have a work ethic when it comes to small businesses and running on tiny margins that you cannot do. That's what makes them powerful. It's like, unlike white people, Asian people can just charge you like an extra $2, an extra $3. Like the whites, they might want to charge you an extra $40, an extra $30 because they're very greedy. Asian people and South Asian people, their financial power comes in the fact that they run businesses on very thin margins. Because their costs are low, they don't really spend a lot of money like that. They live below their means. So they're able to do those kinds of stuff. That's why their prices are so competitive. And because they've had the lowest prices, especially with the nail stuff, right? They have the lowest prices for decades. They have cornered markets. So I'm like, let's take the nail stuff. They're so silly. Even the nail stuff, you can boycott the beauty stuff, what's called the nail shop. That's fine. But what about the place where you get the supply, right? Like, let's say you have a Black American, oh yeah, I'm going to start my own nail shop. That's beautiful. You need supplies, sis. You need acrylic. You need the press-on. You need this, that. You need the powder. You need it all. The tips. You need it all. Where are you going to buy it from, sis? It all belongs to the Vietnamese. Open, like I don't know what to tell you. What do you think about the nail polish? The gel nail polish, even the chairs, like the manicure chairs, most vendors, because one time I wanted to open a spa. But I'm telling you, like most places that sell equipment are Vietnamese owned, because while everybody was just living their lives, they were slowly building an empire. They run the nail game. They run the supply chain of the nail game. These people are not that easy to play with. They're not that easily replaceable. You're going to get embarrassed. You are seriously going to get embarrassed. Trump tried messing with these people. He had to walk back the tariffs because everything is made in Asia. You cannot cancel Asian people. That's like suicide. Black Americans know how to do something that the rest of the world cannot do. Are you actually okay? Are you seriously all the way there? You cannot cancel Asian people. You will cancel yourself. Like, are you okay? Like, these people are like they're crazy. Even this guy, here's Tariq right here, right? There's a video I saw. Hold on. Where was it? Hold on. Hold on. Like, they're insane. I'm like, you want to cancel Asian people? Good luck with that shit. Good luck with that. Good luck. Wish you all the best.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the Black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made in? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are not neighborhoods. We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses, and deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty-ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott Asian business. I'm all for it.
A lot of stuff we have to discuss, ladies and gentlemen. The first thing we have to discuss, this video has been circulating around of this Asian gentleman who basically dared Black Americans to boycott. You know, a lot of Black people were talking about.
And it's not a joke.
Boycotting.
I don't think they understand what this is. These are not African braiders. Asian people and African braiders, because even African braiders, you can boycott them because you even have to really get your hair braided. And honestly, sometimes even I'll tell you this, even me, I'll say it, like those knotless braids, they will really damage your hair. Like I haven't braided my hair in like almost like 3 years You can go on boycotting, like, for example, an African braid shop, right? You don't really need to get your hair braided. And actually, it's actually better for you. Stop braiding your hair with the extensions. It's so damaging, right? But Asian people, even the whites, do you know how bad these whites have tried to destroy these Asian people? They can't do it. You think you can do it? Like when you want to, let's say you want to take down Asian people, you need to know how you're going to have a replacement. Because it's not just one thing. They don't just do one thing. It's not just the nails. No. It's like per nationality, they have a monopoly. So it's like Vietnamese people, they got the nail game on lock. Chinese people, they might have the carry-out game on lock and the dry cleaning game on lock, right? The Koreans, they have the beauty supply game, including supply chain, because these people, they don't just do storefronts. They own the entire supply chain. They bring the stuff from China, or Korea, whatever. They have these warehouses. I mean, it's insane how they do what they do. You don't have the infrastructure. You don't have the supply chain. You don't even have the banks. You don't have the capital. And you want to take on these people who have quietly been building so many different monopolies for the past 60, 70 plus years. You are delusional. And I'm telling you, they're going to give you a spanking that you have no idea you needed. Go ahead and get embarrassed. Go ahead and get embarrassed. These people are something else. They are something else. They are something else. And if you notice carefully, have you ever seen a Vietnamese business owner try to have a Birkin? When you go into their stores, do you see how they dress like poor people? Right? They might even have way more money than you. A lot of these Vietnamese salon people have way more money than their Black patrons. But do you see how they dress like poor people? They wear flip-flops. If you ever go into a Vietnamese nail salon, do you notice how they always bring their own food? They don't do to go because they saved their money. These people ain't what you want. Like bullying African people is one thing. Messing with African braiders, it's one thing. Asian people, it ain't the same. This ain't what you want. They're truly insane. Trump tried that shit. 140% tariff over here. Whatever. He walked it back. Trump did not want NVIDIA to sell the chips to China. He walked it back. And then President Pink said, yeah, never mind. I don't want the chips anymore. Have you seen China? Do you know what they do over there? I'm like, it's like, how do you boycott these people? They're all over the fucking place. But something that the whites themselves can't do, you're going to do it. 200 plus million people can't do it. But 40 million plus people, you're going to do it. I would love to see it. Tariq is insane.
Asian businesses in response to the acquittal of Rick Chow out there in South Carolina. And this Asian guy popped up. And from what I understand, he took the video down, but it was too late. He popped up basically daring the Black community to boycott. He went off. He said, yeah, we don't really need y'all and you need us. If you boycott, y'all won't have this and that. Let me play the clip. Let me just do that.
Tariq, did he lie? I swear, misinformation is an American thing, right? Did he lie? Even at a greater scale, on a world scale, can people boycott Asia? What nation today, as it stands, not Black America, who cares? Even America itself, can America, the entire nation, boycott Asia? Can Canada boycott Asia? Can Latin America boycott Asia? Can Europe? Who can actually boycott Asia? The man did not lie. You don't like what he said because it's true. You are not self-reliant. You need other people. Everybody knows that in America, the Black dollar does not turn. It comes, it leaves. There's a problem with keeping the money. Right? Just say what he said was hurtful because it forces you to take a good look at yourself and say, wow, financially, we're not where we should be. We don't have the businesses we should have because unfortunately, we became consumers. So many of these businesses were passed on to other minorities who are predominantly Asian. And today, it's not even that they run these businesses. They have a monopoly over these businesses, right? Speak facts, right? And the man can take the video down because he's going to get attacked, not because what he said was wrong, but because you can't take it. You can't take it. So when people can't take stuff, it's crashing out, report your page, trying to get your page taken down. This is how America is. In America, most American people, be they white, be they Black, cannot stand the facts. They can't stand it. Everything has to be a narrative. Everything has to be propaganda. Everything has to be dreams and fairy tales. People here can't take the truth. And that's why even politicians have a hard time saying, yeah, by 2035, Social Security is going to be bankrupt. We might not be able to continue Medicare, Medicaid into 2040, right? Because the people can't take the truth. So everybody lies, and they keep pushing the problem to the next administration to be the one to break the news, right? We're going to get to a point where eventually they're going to have to tell American people, we have to extend the age of retirement. People might have to work until they're 68 now or 69 before they can actually retire because the country's broke. The country's really broke, right? America cannot meet so many of its financial obligations. Stuff is real. But I think American culture is, I need to be lied to because the truth is something I just can't take. But at some time you have to take it. But he did not lie. The vast majority of what we do, what we need, what we use is made by Asian people. Yeah, it's horrible. It's made by Asian people, right? It's made by Asian people. Like, that is a fact. Even like electrical, I mean, they make everything. They make everything. You know, the number of videos I consume about Shenzhen in China, I'm like, what the fuck? These people are living in 2050. They're so far in advance. But it's very silly. So, you're daring me. Yes, he dared you. He dared you because he could. You're a very emotional man. You're very emotional, Tariq. You're a very emotional man. That man did not lie. And I showed you all the numbers last time. Black Americans at 40 plus million people have a purchasing power of 1.9 trillion. But Asian people are 19 million, and they too have a purchasing power of about 1.9 trillion. They are half the population, and they have the same purchasing power. You don't know the numbers, but I'm not surprised because you just go off how you feel, not what you can actually prove. And that's why 2050 is going to be so desolate for Black America. It's going to be really sad because you're falling backwards. And that's like the only tool you have: boycott, boycott, boycott. You boycott so much, like it doesn't even faze people anymore. It's losing its sting. You're always boycotting people. And when you boycott people, we don't even know, like, what's the end goal, right? Because you do a boycott and then there's no tangibles. Seriously, yeah. It's like, it's really frightening. Like, y'all need to look it up. Shenzhen, y'all, they have humanoids. I mean, it's insane. Like, it's insane what they're doing out there in China, right? Black Americans even barely produce software engineers, electrical engineers. You don't even have enough engineers. But you're always so consumed by boycotting people. You can't. You boycott a Target. What do you have to show for it? Nothing. Did Target go back and change their DEI policy? No. All you did was hurt Black American businesses who are vendors inside of Target. It didn't work, right? Those days are gone. Boycott, boycott. How about you go talk to Mr. Chow in the Asian community? And you have to see it from both sides. You've done mean things to Asian businesses, and they also probably done some mean things to you. But you're not innocent, right? But you cannot boycott these people. It's very, very silly. He's a silly person. He's a very silly man.
Let me play the clip. Let me play the clip, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so this is the guy. Let me play the clip. Hold on. Let me start from the beginning. Let me know if y'all can hear this.
I love when the Black community says, let's boycott Asian businesses. Please do. We'll get rid of the Chinese takeout, the dry cleaners, the laundromats. Let's get rid of the liquor stores as well. Get rid of the Jordans you guys wear, the Nikes you wear, the shower caps, the Hondas, the Hyundais, all your car electricians, the electronics in your house, the Sony, the TV system, your sound system, the microphones that you guys use to rap and speak about awareness for the Black culture and the hip hop culture. Where do you think that's made? That's made all in Asia. And here's another thing for you guys. You guys want us to leave the neighborhood so bad? Oh, Asian people are not neighborhoods? We're in white neighborhoods. We have our own Chinatown. We have our own Koreatown. You think we really need you guys to benefit off and make money? A lot of us do go to college as well. You're being outworked by immigrants who barely speak English. And you're not embarrassed? Go to the bank, start your own businesses.
He hates a thing. This is like this emotional stuff. Never seen the people hate. Nobody hates anything. You hate your country. You hate your country because you're delusional, right? Like, hatred is not the person who points out the fact is not the hateful person. The one who does everything. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You hate your country because if you don't know what's going wrong with the country, how can you fix it? And by the time you wake up, you're too far behind. You are in denial. You're digging your head into the sand and pretending that stuff is not happening. Other countries are not innovating. Other countries are not leading. That is delusion. You don't love your country. How are you a service to anybody if you don't take your head out the sand and face what's going on, right? Nobody now can deny what's happening in Asia. It is not a fucking joke. These fuckers really have humanoids, okay? America is racist. So don't even say, oh, if America was. No, America is racist. Now, is America as racist as it used to be? The answer is no. Can you ever get rid of racism in America? Absolutely not, because it will always linger on. Right? But America is racist. Just because people manage to succeed in a very hostile environment, it doesn't mean that the environment is not hostile. They just managed to succeed in spite of the hostility, right? But America is not as racist as it was like the 1800, 1700, because people become better, slightly better, right? But the environment is still hostile. It is still hostile towards people of color, right? And why that even triggers you so much? Because you know it's true. If you felt like it was so unreal, you wouldn't even care, right? That's it. That's that. But anyways, let me put the stat up, because people love to just talk for the sake of talking, okay? So here is this, right? Let's look at this, right? So it says what? Because I'm like, you have to know the numbers, because I don't do all this emotional crap. You get born too emotional. Men are emotional. The women are emotional. You're just too emotional. You have to you got to grow up here, okay? So here's what it says. Let's read this quickly, okay? The purchasing power of Black America is projected, so it's not even there. It is projected to reach 2.1 trillion. This immense economic footprint makes Black America, most consumers, one of the most financial influential demographic in the United States, according to tracking from data measurement from firms like Nielsen. Okay, this buying power has expanded 2.4 times over since 2000. Okay, there you go. So that's 40 million people, 40 plus million people, 45, 46, whatever, right? Almost like 40 million people, projected purchasing power, 2.1 trillion. Oh my gosh, $2.1 trillion, right? Okay, cool. Okay, what is this? Okay, so the buying power versus the wealth gap. Economics and researchers frequently distinguish between buying power, the ability to spend money on goods and services, and generational wealth, accumulated net worth via property, stock portfolio, and businesses. So annual spending power estimated 2.1 trillion, median household income placed at $55,157. Okay, household wealth gap, Black household median wealth sits near $44,900 compared to over $285,000 for white household. Okay, so a central focus among Black business advocate is the circulation duration of the Black dollars. Studies widely cite that money spent by Black consumers currently leaves Black-owned businesses within roughly 6 hours compared to multi-week circulation windows observed within other ethnic and racial communities. Okay, activists frequently look for ways to redirect portion of this multi-trillion-dollar pipeline directly back into localized communities to scale Black-owned banks, real estate, tech, and startups. Okay, good. Now come over here and look at the Asian people. Okay, the purchasing power of Asian Americans is projected to reach 1.9 trillion. So you see, Asian people are not that far off. Okay, right? Asian people ain't that far off. So like between 1.9 trillion and 2.1 trillion, you're only short $200 million. You are only short $200 million, right? So representing the fastest growing consumer market of any ethnic demographic in the United States, driven by rapid population growth, high educational attainment, and concentration in high earning career sectors. Asian American buying power has expanded over 314%. There you go. There you go. They're growing faster than Black America. Okay, for Black America, it's like a 2.4 or something. Let me see. Let me not say anything crazy. Okay, there you go, 2.4. So that's 240%, right? 2.4 times. Okay, sure. Right? Over here is what? Like, these are the people you want to fight. Okay? Over 314% since 2000. Their economic power is growing faster than Black America, and they only have half the population. They sit at about like 19 million people. You sit at slightly over 40 million people. These are not the people you want to fuck with. These ain't the people you want. Go fuck with the African braiders. I'm telling you, I'm African. Fuck with the African people. You can bully us. You can bully these people. Okay? Key insight and traits. So cultural accelerator effect. Research from Nielsen highlights that Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Highlanders, consumers heavily drive mainstream commercial trends. The early adoption behavior serves as leading indicator for broader U.S. shift in technology, digital streaming, and beauty. High value segment, while accounting for roughly 7% of the total U.S. population. You see, they're about half. Because if Black America is like 13% of the population, they sit at 7%. 7%, they have your purchasing power. They're only short by 200 million. By the time we get to 2030, they're going to surpass the purchasing power of Black America. This ain't what you want. These are not the people you want to fuck with. Keep listening to Tariq and his dumbass, O'Shea and his dumbass. Keep being led by people with no education. Don't go running behind Black American people with real PhDs in econ, real banks, real businesses, real shit. Keep allowing yourself to be led by these hotep, illiterate school dropouts who finesse you. And their goofy ass used to be and never been nowhere, rap careers. Keep playing stupid games. I'm telling you, Asian people ain't what you want. Keep bullying these African braiders like you used to, the African cab drivers. Mess with those people, okay? You have better luck. Asian people, they ain't what you want. And the vast majority of them are not Christians. They're Buddhist. And in Buddhism, you are very calm. That's a very calm religion. You are very, very calm. Black Americans are too emotional. If you've never studied Buddhism, you should. There's a lot of fasting. It's a lot of self-reflection. It's a lot of taking accountability. Now, these people aren't what you want. They're not what you want. They don't even eat a lot of food. They don't even eat a lot of food. Okay? They have these little bowls of rice and they're good for the whole day. They can keep working and working. They can work 12-hour shifts, 15-hour shifts, 20-hour shifts. They just work and work and work. And they don't talk a lot. Okay? Let's keep reading. Okay. So while accounting for roughly 7% of the total U.S. population, Asian American households disproportionately lead national spending in specialized categories. For example, data published in Forbes shows that they command nearly 17% of all U.S. education spending and 9% of all footwear spending. Okay, brand accountability. According to consumer behavior panels, 70% of Asian American millennials will actively stop purchasing from brands that devalue or fail to represent their community and make them highly selective consumers. Okay, economic power versus strategic restraint. Despite boasting a median household income of $104,000, there you go. Okay, the median income household for Black Americans is what, 55,000? Yeah, 55,000, is that it? Let me see, let's go back up. Okay, this ain't what you want. Okay, there you go. Median household for Black America is $55,157. There you go. They make twice you do. Okay, they make twice what you make. Okay, median household for these Asian people, $104,000, $646. Leave these people the fuck alone. Despite boasting a median household income of over $104,000, well above the national average, their brand is excellence. Okay, they're above the national average. Asian Americans per household make more than the average white person. They make more than the average white Americans. I think white Americans, their median income is at $60,000. Okay, I think I think white people, they sit at like, a white American on average sit at like 69,000, and then Indians, they sit at like they're like 105. So between like Indians and Asian, like they're really like neck and neck at the 100,000 plus, right? Like you have to, YouTube has, because you see the thing, in America today, we've made the truth offensive, so people just go around just lying to themselves. Right? Like they're it's a very silly thing. We tell fat people they're cute. We tell fat people they're skinny, right? We lie to Black America that everything is okay. They have so much money. They're so influential. Hip hop is everything. Hip hop, hip hop. We lie to white people that they're so smart, like they're geniuses. They drop out of Harvard and they go in their parents' garages and they start billion-dollar businesses. This is what America's all about, just lying to people. No. The man did not lie. Asian people, whether it's small businesses or academia, they outwork everybody. Let's not pretend that this whole Korean genius thing is a myth. It's a real thing. Most people see a Korean kid like, yeah, he's really fucking smart. Okay, there you go. Black America does not have that reputation. People don't see a Black American child and say, oh, he must be a math wizard. Oh, he must know how to read. Most people see a Black American child and they're like, oh shit, is he going to bring the test scores of the school all the way down? Are we going to have to deal with a mama who's going to come here in her bonnet and fight the entire school? We have to stop. We have to stop lying to people. Some people have an amazing brain. Some people don't. Most Black American kids are either trying to be rappers, YouTubers, basketball players. Do you ever hear this foolishness from Korean kids, Asian kids? Oh, I can't wait to grow up and play sports or be a YouTuber or whatever. No. They want to be doctors, engineers. They want to have startups in tech. They want to have startups in biotech. These people dream differently. They dream differently. They move differently. They study differently. When you see how Korean mothers are actively involved in their children's education, leave these people the fuck alone. Stay to bullying your African braiders and your African cab drivers. These people ain't what you want. Miss Kim Young-soon Hee ain't what you want. Okay? Mr. Tai Young-hoon, these people ain't what you want. You ain't gonna win. Because you're not used to being strategic. You're just used to crashing out. Okay? Do not fuck with these people. Do not fuck with these people. Okay? I saw a documentary of Asian kids in China, how they study. These kids wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and they study until 2 o'clock in the morning. Leave these people the fuck alone. This ain't what you want. Blame nice, be mad all you want. Blame the DA. Leave the Asians out of this bullshit. Because it's not going to turn well for you. I promise you, if Trump himself, with the entire might of the U.S. military, had to walk it back with the tariffs, Trump said he told NVIDIA to not sell the chips to the China, only to walk it back. Oh shit, we need the money. There you go. Do not fuck with these people. No, like they're idiots. They're absolute idiots. And it's the people who do not care about numbers. They can just walk around and pound their chest. Oh, I was here first. Oh, I'm foundational. It doesn't matter. Here are the numbers. Here are the numbers. And FBA people, all they do is be xenophobic, talk about lineage. Their grandmother is Native American. They're mixed with Native American, right? That's all they do. Who are here first? Who cares if you were here first? What did you build? Where is it? Where is your money? Where is your wealth? How well are your kids doing in school? Most Black American kids are completely behind academically. All this energy spent wasting on boycotting businesses, to spend that time with your kids and help your kids to catch up. So many Black American kids do not know how to write. They don't know how to write. In their own first language, they have no proficiency in reading and writing. It's concerning. And you want to go mess with people whose kids are 16 are going to Harvard on a full ride scholarship. Are you all the way there? Are you truly there? Like, of all the people, because I'm like, when you say Asian people, do not forget, Koreans are in the mix. Koreans are in the mix. This ain't what you want. Exactly. It's not even birth. They just learned to love that. So they learned to hate it. People used to love it. But there's a generation that trained their kids to hate STEM. That's fine. But I'm saying, when you say Asian people, you're talking about Koreans. You don't want to fuck with these people. You do not want to. You know how many Koreans in America are billionaires? Don't fuck with these people. Like, go stick to the African people, the tethers, whatever you call them people. Do that. Also, do not forget, Joe Biden signed an anti-Asian hate bill. Tariq Nasheed plays a dangerous game. Tariq plays a dangerous game. There is stuff you can do to African people because we're not that big and we don't have the financial power of Asian people. These Chinese people, Korean people, be very careful with them. The vast majority of the fashion industry, even the fast fashion in LA, you know how a lot of people go buy their clothes in LA, like even Fashion Nova. There are a lot of wholesalers who sell clothes in LA that people buy and they start a little business. Many of these sellers in LA, They Chinese. They are Chinese. And they supply a lot of Black-owned businesses to do the little boutiques. Oh, my boutique, buy from my boutique, one thing, one. It's all made in Asia. Leave these people the fuck alone. Because they can hurt you way more than you can hurt them. They can hurt you way more than you can hurt them. These are people who came up with jiu-jitsu. They came up with judo, karate, taekwondo, and things like that. You, what kind of self-defense thing you have that teaches mastery, wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump, blah. Leave these people the fuck alone. Leave them the fuck alone. If you've never took a day in your life to study Buddhism, leave these people the fuck alone. They go to fucking dojos and they stay in the dojo for like 100 days with no food, and then they contort their bodies and do all kinds of weird shit. Leave these people the fuck alone. Okay? Exactly. They are truly stupid. It's like Trump got elected. They see Trump being a racist and they think they can do the same thing. You don't have the data and you don't have the numbers and you don't have the money. Calm down. And even these banks who are able to give all these mortgages, many of them is because of Asian people's money, because they save a lot of money. Black Americans are horrible savers. Black Americans barely save. They barely save. They spend everything they have. They live like cicadas. That, like, you know the story about the cicada and the ant? Most Black Americans live like cicadas. They have a horrible savings rate. So people who barely have savings want to fuck with people who are the highest savers in America, who make it possible for you to get a car loan, get a mortgage and things like that. Leave these people alone. Stick to bullying African people. That's where you thrive. Stay over there. Mind your business. Like, you're crazy. You're really crazy. Okay? So, sorry. Okay? Annual spending power estimated between 1.4 trillion and 1.9 trillion. Median household reaches $104,646, exceeding the general population. Okay, spending mindset. Nielsen tracks a pivot toward spending restraint. Black Americans can't say the same. You spend everything you have. Showing that the economic concern, like inflation, causes households to prioritize high-value research and deal seeking over impulse buying. Let me see if they have the spending mindset here over here. Oh, let me see. Hold on. This is not what you want. These people are not what you want. Hold on. What is this? Hold on. Okay. Geographic and demographic variance. The massive economic scale of this market is heavily concentrated within specific states. California, I told you, it's because it's next to China. California dominates the landscape with over $439 billion in Asian American consumer market value, followed by New York with $109 billion and Texas $100 billion. However, marketing researchers note that the demographic is not a monolith. It comprises more of 20 distinct sub-ethnic with significant variation in wealth distribution, meaning aggregate high-income data often obscures lower-income service sector segments within the broader diaspora. Okay, let me see what's here. Okay, so given their population size, Asian American command disproportionately a massive economic footprint, accounting for roughly 7% of the total U.S. population, while holding nearly 1.9 trillion in purchasing power. This translates into the highest per capita buying power of any major racial or ethnic demographic in the United States. So these are the people you want to fuck with. I swear to God, man. Some people are not embarrassed in life. Okay? So these are, hey, babe. Okay? These are the people that you want to mess with. Okay? They have the highest per capita buying power of any major racial or ethnic demographic in the United States. Leave these people alone. Okay? Per capita impact and household income, because of the community's population size, is relatively small compared to its spending capacity. The financial velocity per household significantly outpaces national averages. Income premium, the median Asian American household income sits at $104,646. This is approximately 41% higher than the average American household. And you see it even for all of these Black women who want to marry a white man. Yeah, that's a loser mindset. Because if you realize, if you have to aspire to marry because you want a soft life, it's better for you to go marry an Asian man than to want to marry a white man. White people are becoming poor. White people themselves are being outpaced. They're like their average like 69,000. It might even be 66,000 now because all they do is worry about Black people. Okay, they don't produce anything, right? But these Asians, listen, okay, it's real. It's very real. Okay, the 6-figure threshold. Over 50% of Asian American households earn more than 100% annually, pushing their per capita lifetime spending power projection to over 1 million or more than the average U.S. consumer growth multiplier. While the total population expands steadily, its purchasing power has surged by over 314% since 2000, making it the fastest growing consumer market by dollar velocity. There you go. Okay, this is crazy. Outsized category spending. Because of this dense concentration of high earning household, Asian Americans drive markets that trend far past what a 7% population share would typically dictate. Okay, total US population, roughly 7%. Baseline reference, educational spending, 17% of all US tuition and school spending. Food and apparel, 9% of national commercial footprint. Technology and gadget, disproportionate leadership in smart tech adaptation. There you go. Go mess with these people. Okay. The disparity nuance. Looking at the purchasing power through the lens of population size requires addressing an income barbell effect. When averaged out by population, the numbers suggest uniform affluence. However, Asian Americans are the most economically divided demographic in the country. High earning sectors like tech, finance, medicine push the aggregate purchasing power towards 1.9 trillion. But smaller, lower income subgroups, such as certain South Asian refugees, diasporas, experience poverty rates that get hidden by the massive per capita averages. Okay, so you get my point, right? Okay, there you go. Like, leave these people alone. Don't mess with, don't start something you can't finish. Okay, and do not start something you cannot win because Tariq Nasheed is putting a battery in your back. They exceed. They do. They make more. They do. And there are only 19 million people. 19 million people with a projected spending power of 1.9 trillion. Black America sits at 40 million plus people with a purchasing power projected to reach 2.1 trillion. That is a difference of only 200 million. And if you think that these people are not going to close that gap by 2030, you're crazy. You are truly crazy. What 40 million people do, 20 million people are doing it. Let that sink in for a second, right? It's time to wake up. It really is. Like, they're always sitting here just lying and stuff.
And deal with your own people. I want to see your own women get on their hands and knees and do pedicures and manicures and deal with nasty ass attitudes, okay? Please, boycott Asian business. I'm all for it.
Okay. He told y'all.
No, he told you as well.
Didn't
he? He sure did. He told you as well.
He told you.
He told you as well.
Oh, man, dude. Oh, Lord. There's a lot to unpack there. Let me mount my phone up. Man.
You see, he's butthurt because he knows the man is not lying. And even him, Tariq, he went and married a Jew. He married a Jewish woman. He married a Jewish woman because he also wants proximity to their money. He wants proximity to their network. He wants to go where the money resides, right? So, like, he's like, he told you. Oh, let me mic up my mic. He is stalling because the man did not lie. Asian people are responsible for like a lot of manufacturing. They are responsible for a lot of supply chain stuff. They are responsible for having some of the brightest kids in some of the most prestigious schools in the world, just not America. They lead in math and science. They lead in reading. So many Asian kids also, they play all these instruments, the cello, piano, violin, you name it. Like, so it's like they're very, very advanced. And it's okay to be honest. Don't be a hater. Tell the truth, though. Even white people know that shit. The biggest company right now in America is NVIDIA. And NVIDIA is ran by Jensen Huang, right? He's Chinese American. He wasn't even born here. He's an immigrant. Okay? So I'm like, stop coming on your channel and lying to people. You don't teach anything intelligent to your community. Just stupid shit. Oh, we're FBAs. Oh, we were here first. Nobody cares. No one cares. What have you done? What are you currently doing? And where are you going? Nobody even knows where Black America is going. Where is Black America going? Nobody even knows. Okay, like what's the vision? Like what's the next? Like what's the 5-year vision for Black America? What's the 25-year vision for Black America? Right? But this is Jensen Huang. Okay, this man is Chinese. He came here when he was a kid, and today this man is worth 177.3 billion. And you think if few people try to hurt his people, he's not going to come to their rescue? And Chinese and Asian people have a really tight-knit community. They have billionaires who will step up and help them. You can't say the same about Jay-Z. You can't say the same about Beyonce. You can't say the same about all these Black American basketball players. They will never give you a dime. Okay? Because you don't have a community where the wealthy people here give to the regular, even like poor Black Americans. No, it's everyone for themselves. You don't have a tight-knit community. It's everybody for themselves. Do not go messing with people who gladly lend money to family and friends and things like that. I'm like, do you see how much money this man is worth? $1.7 trillion. He's responsible for all these crazy chips they got going on. The chips that run all this AI stuff. It's made by a Chinese person. So you're gonna stop using Claude. You're gonna stop using ChatGPT. You're gonna start using the whatever. They make everything. Even your video games, GTA, whatever it's called, the whatever you play, Roblox, Mindblog. You also stop using TikTok. TikTok also made by the Asian people. They make everything. Leave them alone. You're weird. Yeah. Like he's truly dumb. I'm like, you don't even know what's going on. You don't even know what's going on in the world today. You don't even know where the world is going. Do you even know that one of the richest men in America is Chinese? And y'all want to go pick on his people? Are you all the way there? And you think they're going to stand by? No, when you get your ass beat, Beyonce and Jay-Z, they stand by. Kanye stands by. Your so-called Black American billionaires, they don't help you. I have never seen a so-called Black American billionaire come out here in the fold and help Black American people to get their asses beat. It's always regular people who fight for everyday people. But in their community, you think they're going to sit back and watch their people get beaten up. All these billionaires are going to start writing checks. Tariq is playing a dangerous game. Like to sit here and to act as if you didn't see Joe Biden sign the anti-Asian hate bill. Play with these people, get arrested. Play with these people and disappear from the internet. Play with these people. These are not African people. These are not African people. And saying shit. He said, hold on. You're so stupid. How do people listen to this idiot?
Think they got
Listen to him.
Oh yeah, they think they got their weight up.
Tariq, they have their weight up. He said they think they have their weight up. Tariq, they have their weight up. You're just a fool. You're not educated. And you're definitely not a researcher. It's not they think, they do. Okay? It's not that while you're on these X spaces insulting African people, they're actually working, Tariq. They're actually working. They have real businesses. You peddle hatred and xenophobia. That's not a real business. That's not a real business. FBA. What's the business? What jobs do you create? Right? All you do is peddle hatred and xenophobia. These people actually create jobs. They actually create wealth. I would love to know when since those people who joined the FBA movement, how is your life made better? Right? Do you have connections? Does it open you to a network? Do they take your resume and try to get you a better job? Do they help you to fix your resume? What are the benefits that you've accrued since you became an FBA? Right? Nothing. They have nothing for you. They can't help you get into college. They can't help you get into grad school. They have no scholarship for you. Is there even a scholarship fund for FBA people? Have the FBAs come together and, even started a scholarship fund for other FBA people? Of course not. It's all talk. It's all supremacist talk, lineage talk. My grandmother is Native American talk, all that crap. Where is the money? Where is the money? Where is that drive to compete with other people? No, it's all about telling you, oh, you're from Africa. You fled from Africa. You are a mud baby. Wumpty. Okay. And once you're done saying that, what happens to your money? Right? Once you're done saying that, then what? right? Even lawyers, they have an FBA lawyer association so that if you ever get in trouble, there's a 1-800 number you can call. They don't even have a number for emergencies. Don't even have a number to call if you're Black American and you find yourself in need of legal counsel. They don't have any of that because they have no structure. All they do is just be online all day and harass these African braiders instead of really thinking about how do we get our people out of poverty? How do we actually get our people into some kind of wealth? How do we increase our median household income to 100,000? They have no goals. They have no vision. They have no economic metrics. They have no economic projections. They strive towards nothing. They're so useless. All they do is talk about their lineage. I was here first. I was here first. I was here first. Okay, good for you. You want a cookie with that? Right? These Chinese, some of these Asian people just got here. And they're surpassing you. He's not lying. South Indian people just got here. And they're surpassing you. He's not lying. Now, y'all can go crazy and crash out and get this man to take down the video. It doesn't matter. The facts are the facts. The accounts, money is in the accounts. That's fine, but bro, you can call me. That's fine. I can lie. I can lie. Nobody like you can lie. You can lie. They are outpacing you. Okay, there you go. So I'm assuming also when it comes to someone like you too, right? You will say that even Gemini is lying too, right? Google's also a liar, right? Everything is a liar, right? The Fed is a liar. The Labor Bureau of Statistics is a liar, right? Everybody is lying, right? These numbers are false because they're not convenient to you. It's a lie, right? You see, that's all you people have. You're so miserable. You're so miserable. But I'm telling you, like, besides insults, what else do you have? Right? When you call someone a tether, like every time you use the word tether, does that put like $1,000 in your account? That's all you have. Insults. You're just as pathetic as these low IQ white people. You're a very low IQ person, right? Oh, you're a liar, tether. Okay, you're a Black American criminal. What next? You probably have a felonious record, right? We can, like, everybody can do the mudslinging, right? There you go. Oh, you're a liar. And yeah, you're probably a drug dealer, probably a killer and a shooter and a murderer. Okay, what else is new? Stupid ass. That's all you people have. Insult. I'm going to insult you. I'm going to insult you. No, bring receipts. Bring the facts. So the Labor of Statistics is lying. The Federal Reserve is lying. Everybody is lying because it's not convenient to you. You are sick. You need to go see someone. You truly need to go see someone. If you live in America and you are not aware that Asian people make up 19 million people over here, that is your problem. And if you don't know that those 19 million people have a purchasing power of 1.9 trillion, that is your problem. If you don't know that on average, the median household income for an Asian family in America is $104,000, that is your problem. You're ignorant. And that's why a lot of people are very concerned about the low reading levels of Black American people. You have a low rate of literacy. You don't know how to read. That's why you're always upset. You're always upset because you can't read. Right? And that's not my problem. When you choose to follow blindly behind someone that's a fool like Tariq Nasheed, that is your fault. And if you follow Tariq Nasheed, you miss out on being informed of what is truly going on economically in this nation. That is not my cross to bear. That is your responsibility. Because as an American citizen, as a foundational one, since you were here foundationally, right? Why isn't your foundation, right, rooted in sound economic metrics? It's my fault that you don't know these metrics. You foolish people. You're so embarrassing. You are truly embarrassing. Crazy people like that.
And they want to talk greasy.
He's not talking greasy. He's talking facts.
Listen, all of that building. Okay, the elephant in the room. All right, if your demographic is so naturally hardworking and superior.
Look at him pretending. So you don't know that Asian people are hardworking. You don't know that Koreans are hardworking. You're such a hater, Tariq. Put your kids, he has like daughters, right? Put your daughters next to Korean kids the same age and see how your daughters do. When I tell you them Korean kids will run circles around your daughters, like, please be quiet. Oh, Maverick, hold on. You don't know that Asian people work hard. You're such a hater.
Superior and capable of building self-sustaining economies from scratch. Why did you flee your homeland?
That's all he has. Why did you flee your homeland? Why did you flee? Have you seen their homeland, Tariq? Can you even afford to go to China? Have you ever been to Vietnam? You ever been to Japan? Have you seen what's in Japan? You're just saying all kinds of stupidity. I mean, and there are people who find you can say this flow you fled. Keep that, like I said, FBA people, focus on African people. Leave that shit alone. If you can you even afford to go to China? Have you ever been to China? You've been to any city in China, right? Like, be so for real. Even here in America, have you been to most Chinatown? Compare most Chinatown to most predominantly Black American neighborhoods. They don't talk about food deserts. They don't talk about, oh, we don't have this over here. We don't have this. No, they build it. They make it. It happens. You're always crying about what you don't have. Why don't you make it? Right? And exactly. So if they're all in Africa, who makes sure you can stop them? And actually, it's good that they're in Africa because they know how to get things done. They actually do. Right? They actually do. Like, what the heck? Me, I don't have an issue with people. I don't walk around with hatred. The Asians can go in Africa. If they can go there and start businesses, they can. Are you going to Africa to start a business? Do you even have enough money? Will your parole officer let you go to Africa? Can you afford to travel? Or do you have to check in with your PO? Right? Yeah, like it's really, really embarrassing. Why are you here? Why are you here? Foolishness. Okay? I'm like, oh, you fled your country. That is old. Have you been to China? Have you been to Japan? Have you been to Korea? And what makes you think every Asian person fled? There are Asian people that are highly skilled, so they get the H-1B1 visa, whatever, to come here. Especially when it comes to these electrical cars that Hyundai, which one is that? Is it Hyundai that's Korean, right? A lot of them get specialized visas to come to America. You don't know their story, but Tariq, be very careful. Because like I said, there's an anti-Asian hate bill that was signed by Joe Biden. These people are not what you want. These people are truly not what you want. Keep playing with these people. Like I said, one of the richest men right now in America is Jensen Ha, and he's Chinese. He is Chinese. Do not play with people. And every day he talks with Donald Trump. They travel together. They do all kinds of stuff together. Like, this man is running AI. He provides the heart of AI. These NVIDIA chips are the heart of AI. Be very careful who you mess with. Stick with African people and call it a day. Bully African people, call African people tethers, right? Because that's all your mediocrity can afford to do anyways. Right, bye, Kevin. Good night, bro. That's all your mediocrity can afford to do, is to mess with these African people. But these Asian people, leave them alone. Truly and honestly, leave them alone. Are you crazy? What's on this?
Oh, that goes for them too.
For who?
Oh, they fled for a reason because they were failing in their homelands too. Yeah, you over here. You over here for a reason. Oh, come on now. Some of us have been over there to some of them countries. Y'all don't really have it popping like that.
Tariq, you are insane. You are mentally ill. You are truly insane. This dude is mentally ill. This dude is mentally ill. But I get it. If you have people like, what are you talking about?
Come with me on a journey through Shenzhen, a city where the future doesn't feel like some distant idea.
Imagine insulting people and their country looks like this. I am telling you, these are not African people. Bully African people, be a xenophobe towards African people. Leave them Asian people the fuck alone. Leave them alone. It's not going to end well for you. You don't have what it takes. Oh, your country doesn't have it popping. Which country are you talking about? Tariq, you've been to Singapore. You've been to Singapore, Tariq. You've been to Malaysia. You've been to Japan. You've been to Korea. You've been to China. You even North Korea. You've been there. What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? And this is why people sometimes wonder if American people are I don't know what they learn in school. Like, it's so embarrassing, right? We're not talking about China or Asia in the 1960s or Asia in the 1940s. In 2026, do you know what Asia looks like? I don't have to go home. There you go. I don't have to go home. Why don't you gain some understanding? Why don't you gain some class? Why don't you gain some knowledge? Matter of fact, why don't you gain some money? Why don't you gain a life that does not involve a life of crime? How about that? There you go. I don't have to go home. I can be where I want to be as long as I'm there legally. There you go. I can be where I want to be as long as I'm there legally. Right? There you go. Can you say the same? When the last time you lived a lawful life was when? Your mother's womb? Okay, exactly. The last time you had a lawful life, when was it? In your mother's womb? I'm not what you want, boo. I'm not what you want. I will hurt your feelings. Be very careful. I'm not what you want. Don't play with me.
Feels like something you can actually walk through, or should I say, escalate through. Sorry about that joke. This escalator traverses over 6 floors, is 64 meters long, and is just one of the many wonders of Shenzhen. It's a city of contrasts. Quiet green hills above you, neon streets below you, driverless taxis gliding past, and somewhere overhead, a drone delivering a burger directly into your mouth. It's like you're in some kind of dream world, but this is not a dream. This is reality. I've lived in China for more than a decade now, and yes, before you ask, I do have a green card. I don't know if I've mentioned that in the videos before. But anyway, even after all that time, Shenzhen still manages to surprise me. But when I first came to China, I was completely lost. I didn't know how to translate things properly. I didn't know which apps to use. I didn't know how payments work, and I didn't know how to find half metro, but somehow I've ended up inside what looks like a futuristic underground palace. We're using this metro to get to our next destination, but to be honest, the station itself is already a destination worth seeing. Just look at this place. It's incredible. Gangsha North is also known as the Eye of Shenzhen. And when you stand in the business class sections,
look at how everything is clean. Look at how clean they are. So it's not even that they're successful. Their countries are clean, crime-free, clean. You can't sell drugs. They'll kill you. They have the death penalty for drug dealers. Okay? People work really hard. Kids work really hard. Have you ever been to their country? Right? Oh, your country not even popping. You've been there. You got the money to go there. You've been there. Okay? You don't even know what you're talking about. Just saying stupidity. Just being an idiot. Because that's what galvanizes your low IQ audience. Like, you got to be a low IQ person to listen to Tariq Nasheed. Like, you really must hate yourself. You truly must hate yourself. You must really hate yourself. I'm like, stop saying foolishness. So long story short, I gotta go to bed. Okay? Don't try to mess with them people. Leave the Asians alone. If you're upset, go talk to the DA. But that's how it goes. I'm like, this behavior is okay. So if Carmelo gets acquitted, should the whites also act like this? Like, oh, boycotting this, with threatening people, death threats, this, and that. It is belligerent behavior. It's ratchet, it's barbaric, it's unintelligent. And to me, honestly, it does not belong in a civilized society. There are rules to the game. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose. It happens. But when you go to court, everybody knows what the rules are. It's up to the prosecution to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no reason to start burning shit, hurting people, boycotting people, calling their businesses to just place all kinds of orders to bring them harm. What does that solve? And the bigger scheme, are you truly helping the Black American brand, or you're portraying the brand as a brand of bunch of knuckleheads? And then when that causes prejudice to other people who are fighting for their cases, oh my gosh, I don't know why the whites keep treating us like shit. You also got to stop behaving a certain way. It's like it's an organized country. Now, it doesn't always like work perfectly, but for the most part, it's not that bad. There are countries where it's worse. But the judge that got this man initially was Black. DA was Black. There were 7 jurors. They were Black. What more do you want? What more do you want? I'm like, imagine if white people behave like this. What would you call them? You would call them racist. Stop being obsessed with complexion, gender, this, that. It's like it's becoming weird. It is truly becoming weird. And also, the last thing I'm going to say before I go. When you lack an argument and your first knee-jerk reaction is to use a racial slur, like, oh, you a tether, you are this, you are that. I really pray that one day you have enough money to get a passport and to travel. I think a lot of Black American people, y'all need to travel. You need to see the world. You need to go outside. You need to see different things, meet different people. Because the way you think sometimes it is truly disappointing. It's truly disappointing. It's embarrassing, actually. It's really embarrassing. But I get it. Hurt people hurt people. And that's why not too long ago I made a video and I said, to me, Black Americans for the most part are no different than Black South Africans, full of xenophobia, full of hatred for other Black people from around the world. But I get it. Hurt people hurt people. The Ashkenazi Jews, when they left Germany, they got put in concentration camps in Palestine, and they turned around when they were released and started killing all kinds of Muslims. Okay, same things all around the world. The Boers in South Africa were put in concentration camps by Great Britain. When they got released, the apartheid started torturing all kinds of Black people. Hurt people hurt people. I get it. You've been very hurt by this nation, but walking around hurting other people will not fix the mistakes of the past. It will bring no one back. It will not erase the fact that slavery happened. It will not erase the fact that Jim Crow happened. It will not erase the fact that many things happen. But you adding more evil into this world does not make the world a better place. And it's truly sad that you're always running up behind so-called leaders who encourage you to come out here and show the worst version of yourself. Being a xenophobe will never be a flex. Being hateful will never be a flex. Tether this, tether that, whatever. At the end of the day, I'm here, I'm thriving, I'm successful. And unlike you, I'm familiar with all the economic data that definitely shows that Asian people are outpacing everybody in America. Academically, financially, home ownership wise, you name it. They are outpacing everyone. Deny it all you want, be a hater all you want, it doesn't matter. Because while most people, you don't even have an IQ to speak of, right? You don't have an IQ to speak of. The moment you come outside and you start using racial slurs, I think even my dog has a higher IQ than you, right? Intelligence don't go together with hatred. There you go. You're a very hateful being because you might have, I don't know, the brain of a beast or something, I don't know, but you have not displayed any kind of intelligence. You just speak hate. And that's it. It's not that hard. Anybody can speak hate. It's not that hard. It takes intelligence to speak love, but I don't think you're capable of that. Okay? People can only give to people what they've received. So, I don't know. Have you ever received love in your life? Probably not. Anyways, right? So that's that. Be that. It doesn't bother me. Make a case against yourself. Go ahead. Make a case against yourself. This country doesn't just have white people. It has all kinds of people. And it's all kinds of people in this country who have a U.S. citizenship. And it's all kinds of people in this nation who also get to vote. That's what you keep forgetting. You like to insult people who, just like you, have the power to vote. Vote for a president, vote for a senator, vote for whatever. People have the power to vote. Continue to insult people that share the same constitutional rights as you and that can vote against you. You don't have a keen sense of strategy. Keep fucking around, you're gonna find out. You don't have a keen sense of strategy. Keep insulting people that can actually vote and have elections go a certain way, especially against the well-being of your own community. Keep playing games with people. Keep disrespecting people. Keep insulting people. Let Tariq Nasheed and his failed life and his failed accomplishments and his failed rap career, okay? Let this man be your beacon. Let this man be your oracle. I wish you all the best. Because by the time this cookie crumbles, yes, my black ass will go right back to Africa. I'm not from here. I ain't gonna be here, okay? So continue to insult people versus regaining control and fixing things just to make sure you don't fall all the way to the back by the time we get to 2050. If insults brought wealth, my God, even I, Marlene, I'd probably be a multimillionaire, but I'm not. Because it takes real skill. It takes real knowledge to start a business, to have a business, to keep a business. I wish you all the best. So everyone, good night. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow. One day, yeah, he's not better. He's not doing better than me. Absolutely not. He was a rapper. You know how, like, that is such a low-hanging fruit. Tariq tried to be a rapper. I think his songs go like, oh, suck my penis, B, things like that, right? He tried to be a rapper. He was a DJ. The man is a dusty. He's a reimagined Dusty on social media, right? He's a fool. He's an idiot. And that's why he does what he does. Like, even when it comes to all the commentary channel, like even the big ones, the white ones, but nobody invites him. He's a fool. He's a failure, a tragic failure, a reimagined Dusty on the internet, right? And he appeals to you guys because obviously, yeah, I will never come to an FBA meeting. Me lose my brain cells? Never. They're precious. Never. I don't mess around with xenophobic people. To what avail? What do I stand to gain? Death of the brain, death of my intelligence, or death by 1,000 cuts for the word tether? No, thank you. I'll pass. I'd rather go to the gym and do some goblet squat with a 100-pound dumbbell. That would actually do something for my health. Hey, Christine. Good night, my love. Good night. But I'm like, there's a lot of work to do. But Asian people, good job to them. They work really hard. Oh, let me flex for a bit. My son got straight A's. Oh my gosh, Trey got straight A's in high school. I'm like, Trey, I never had straight A's. I never had straight A's in high school. Never. All honors, everything honors. Like honors calculus, honors pre-calculus. There's a queen nowhere. I'm not no damn queen. I hate that. That's so damn stupid. My name is Marlene. Queen where? I'm not a damn queen. Oh, please. I'm a regular person. I'm a mother. I'm not a queen. Yeah, that was I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, this is crazy. I told him, if you manage to get straight A's next year, though, by the time you get to be a senior, it's over. It's over. I pray he does. I pray he does. I pray he majors in chemistry. I'm trying to sell him on that. I'm like, Trey, you need to do chemistry when you go to college. Because the future is in all those things like renewable energy, like material stuff, material science, all that stuff. Like, I'm like, I want my kids to do really well in life. I'm like, please. And if I'm telling you, if you're a mother, if you are a mother and you care about your kids and you want your kids to do well academically, you need to look up to these Asian mothers. You need to keep up with these Korean moms, okay? Because they don't play. Even this summer, don't just let the kids do whatever. This summer, you need to have a plan. You need to have an educational plan for the kids this summer. They have to do some math. They have to do some reading. They have to do some kind of science. Do not allow their brains to just go to sleep. Do not allow their brains to just go to sleep. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? Invest in your kids. Spend time with your kids and look up to these Asian people because, my, they are truly impressive. I'm taking my kids there next year. I'm like, they have to see the stuff in person. I want to see the humanoids, the human robots. I want to see them in person. This is some crazy shit, right? But I'm like, while some people are too busy insulting people, some people are actually building. And that is the story of the cicada in the end. The cicada spent all year, all the time, just singing, dancing, doing whatever, while the ant was working. Asian people, they're very small, they're very tiny, but they work really hard. And anybody who says otherwise is just a hater. You're just a hater. Everybody knows that Asian people work really hard. And they don't spend a lot of money like that. They're very mindful with their money. They invest a lot. They save a lot. They hire and they love to hire their family. And when they hire their family, it's very respectful. People don't go there and start breaking rank, cussing people out, breaking up the business. Look at Jay-Z. Look at Jay-Z and Dame Dash. Embarrassing. Completely embarrassing. You will never see Asian people do stuff like that. It's ridiculous. Two grown men, you have an issue, go resolve that behind closed doors. It's very immature. But I'm like, you cannot sit here and pretend that Asian people do not work hard. They work really hard. And they're great savers and they're great investors. And when you go into their Chinatown, they are extremely self-sufficient. Their children speak multiple languages and they do really well in school. It takes you nothing to give people their just due. It takes nothing to give someone their flowers. Like, yeah, that's pretty impressive. It takes nothing. But there are too many hateful people in America. There are too many jealous people in America. There are too many low IQ people. Yeah, go sit out somewhere. There are too many low IQ people in America. Too much jealousy and envy. It takes nothing from you. And if you like what they're doing, if you like what they've built, just do your best to copy. And I'm pretty sure it's going to work for you. You know, I even, I'm gonna say this before I go. I even wish that even a lot of people who are in business, especially Black women here who are in business, instead of always fighting, always arguing and doing all that dumb shit online and using social media to expose each other, I wish that a lot of Black women in business too would learn from Asian people. How can I help you? How can you help me? Here's what I learned in business. What'd you learn in business? And people will come together and actually share ideas, encourage each other, share ideas. Like how can we take over? You know? Like I'm just like, oh, nobody cares. It's just like what was I gonna say? Like even let's say Sephora, right? I think it's a really missed opportunity that all the Black brands, because they're Black women in Sephora, they don't work together, right? I'm like, all these Black brands should work together. Have a Valentine's Day collection together. Like come like create a block of Black-owned businesses inside of Sephora and really support each other, collaborate with each other. Come up with ideas. Okay, I'll do the lipstick, you do the perfume, right? Or you do hair care. I'll give you a set, and then you'll put that in the conditioner, and then we'll do a collaboration like that, right? Or you do the conditioner, I'll do a candle, and we create a set together, right? There's no innovation. There's no imagination. Even when it comes to hair care, like look at Black hair care in America. It's so basic. It's all fruits, apple, cherries, whatever, mango conditioner. Like, who cares? Okay, you see what's happening over there in Asia? They have all the peptides, this, that. Like they truly try to innovate. They try to go really far with their creation. Like they push the envelope. They learn about new ingredients. They synthesize new peptides. They're always pushing the envelope because they really do not settle. They don't settle. I told you, every time I go on TikTok, Chinese people got something else to sell. I'm like, but damn. But I'm like, yeah, they produce stuff really fast because they don't care. If it fails, if it succeeds, they do not care. If they have an idea, they're going to execute. They don't chase perfection. Here in America, we are trained to chase perfection. So it takes a lot longer to release a new product. Go for it. If you fail, adapt and then try again, right? You fail, you adapt. Don't take anything personally because your idea, your creation has nothing to do with you, the person. You might be an awesome person, but sometimes ideas, they need perfection. Do not be scared. Try again. If it fails, did the whole thing fail or did a certain part of it fail? If it's just a certain part, okay, how can you fix that little part? Then try again. If it fails again, okay, what part I can fix until you get it right? But I'm like, you go on TikTok Shop, you go on Temu. I mean, they have so many products. I'm like, do these people actually sleep? You order something from TikTok Shop, you can get it in 2 days. You order something from TikTok Shop, you can get this thing in like sometimes even a day. It depends on your hub. It is impressive. TikTok Shop is, I really believe that eventually TikTok Shop is going to surpass Amazon. But if I'm not mistaken, TikTok Shop has brought over $1 billion in sales, if not more. There are people making millions of dollars selling on TikTok Live every single year. It is so impressive. So we have to stop the BS. The way all of us fell in love with TikTok, we're not going to sit here and act like, oh, Asian people don't know what they're doing. Like TikTok at one point was the biggest app in the world. The young man who built that, he's 38 years old, and he's worth $69 billion. This ain't a fucking joke. These people have a shitload of money. And you have to respect people. Just because you don't like something, it doesn't mean that in your protest, you get to be disrespectful and xenophobic towards people. That gets you nothing. Stop making enemies out of people that got too much money and too much power. Okay, like I said, Trump himself had to walk back those tariffs because we can't even afford to put tariffs on shit because we get pretty much everything from China. It's insane. It's insane. So it is what it is. But rest in peace to the young Cypress. All this is really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. I wish it would have been handled differently. I really do. But doing all this crazy stuff is not going to bring the young men back. And it also doesn't guarantee that it's not going to happen again. So at some point, like, violence is not the answer. Destruction is not the answer. It just makes you look more unhinged. And like the whole BLM thing, it left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth. Now you're doing this, it's going to get worse. I'm like, calm down. Okay? But love you guys. Christine, Bijou, Brooks, Melvin, sure. I wish you good night as well from a tether. A tether wishes you good night. Okay? So good night, you guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Okay? Bye-bye. À demain. Peut-être demain. Bye.